My name is Curran Price, Vice Chair of the Legislative Black Caucus, and it's my honor and privilege to welcome you today to this informational forum on closing the achievement gap. I wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone for attending today's forum, and I especially want to thank our invited speakers, many of whom have traveled a great distance to get here today. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe it was the great Augustus Hawkins, a congressman and the second African-American to serve in our legislature, who once said, and I paraphrase, "Black children are the proxy for what ails American education." And so when we fashion solutions which help black children, we fashion solutions to help all children. And I think that certainly is true, as true today. It's clear to me that when we confront the achievement gap issue, we are confronting the greatest civil rights issue in our time. This persistent and challenging gap has become a major barrier to racial equality and social justice in America. Today, we will focus on this gap and explore strategies for narrowing it. Indeed, each of us should feel a moral obligation and duty to do what we can to bring about full equality in our public school systems. In doing so, ensuring that every child has an opportunity to succeed in school and in life. These are principles on which democracies are founded. However, in today's classrooms, success for African American children is too elusive, as evidenced by low expectations, low test scores, ongoing and widening achievement gaps, underrepresentation in advanced placement and gifted programs, as well as enrollment in other rigorous coursework. Overrepresentation in special education programs, low graduation rates, low entry into higher education, and underrepresentation in programs that prepare African American students for the world of work. We have invited several noted researchers, educators, and policy experts to Sacramento to share their insights with us and perspectives on these important issues. Collectively, they will help us better understand the challenges that are facing our public schools, and in doing so, hopefully answering the following policy questions. 1, why do African American children overwhelmingly lag behind other students? Why do African American children continue to suffer an educational disadvantage? And what are the solutions? Getting answers to these important questions will help us to better understand how to tackle a problem that has existed for generations. But it will take an entire community to turn this around, with home, family, community, and schools all playing a vital role in determining a child's educational outcome. The achievement gap cannot be eliminated unless we begin to focus intensely on addressing the unacceptable underperformance of African American students relative to their peers. We know we can do better. If provided with the right learning environment and high expectations, they can and will succeed. If we continue to undereducate African American students and other children of color, we will pay the price for many decades to come. I'm excited to hear what the experts are going to share with us today, and I'm appreciative of your attendance and your support for this very important subject. I'm pleased to be joined on the dais today by several of my colleagues. Let me introduce first Senator Gloria Romero, who chairs the Senate Committee on Education.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Price and members of the Legislative Black Caucus. Let me just commend you for your leadership. This is the civil rights issue of our time. As Chair of Education, I look forward to working with you, collaborating with you, and making sure that every child has basic civil rights issues met, adopted, and just congratulations. Let me just say, I'm going to be called to Health Committee. I will run out to vote, and then I will return for the remainder of the hearing.
Thank you.
But thank you for allowing me to be here.
Thank you. We expect several colleagues to join us during the afternoon. Bills are being heard, and there are some challenges that many faced. But one who's overcome that challenge is my next colleague, Assemblymember Stephen Bradford, representing the great 51st. Mr. Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Senator Price. I want to commend the Senator for convening this hearing today and all those who will testify and bring forth your expertise. There's no secret that African Americans as well as Latinos achieve at a far lower rate than their counterparts, and we really need to delve in and ask those questions, but more importantly than ask questions, come up with some substantive answers to address these problems. It's clear that African Americans drop out at a higher percentage rate, but we have to make sure that school and graduation is just not the end game. It's a expectation, because many times it's stated that high school is the achievement, and that's not the case. We have to look beyond high school, and we know that everyone is not made for college, but we have to understand that there are trades and vocational opportunities that we still need to put in place, be it in high schools or community college, that prepare young folks for jobs. So again, I hopefully will discuss all these issues today, and hopefully come with some takeaways to move forward. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Many fine local and statewide community leaders with us today, many of whom are going to testify, and some are just in the audience. But let me just recognize a few who were able to join us today. Roy Grimes from the Sacramento Board of Education is with us. Tyrone Netters, Executive Consultant for the Black Advances in State Service, Black Advocates in State Service. Ralph Ochia, Regent Emeritus from the University of California, is with us. Dr. Rex Fortune, a well-respected educator here in Northern California and in Southern California. Thank you, Dr. Fortune, for being with us. David DeLutz from the Sacramento Urban League, certainly a strong partner in education. And the Honorable Vance Ray, Associate Justice of the State Court of Appeals, 3rd Appellate District. Your Honor, thank you for being with us today. We have a pretty full agenda. The agenda is on the table if you haven't received it, but we're going to try our best to catch up to the schedule. And in our first panel, or the first presentation, I should say, is going to be on the status of African American students. In making that presentation, Eleanor Ingling, consultant with the Senate Office of Research.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonore Ailing. I work for the Senate Office of Research, and we were asked to put together the following slides to give an overview. And my presentation will focus on enrollment, outcomes, and opportunities to learn, and by that I mean school environment. First, total enrollment figures. Of the roughly 6 million students enrolled in our K-12 public school system, 7.3%, or approximately 500,000, identify themselves as African American, and this is close to the size of the entire K-12 population of other medium-sized states in the country, such as Connecticut, Nevada, Iowa. This population is also bigger. There are about 17 states whose K-12 population individually is smaller than California's African American K-12 population. And I just point this out as a reminder of sort of the demographic power of our state. This graph is from the Department of Education, and it shows the percentage breakdown of our K-12 population by ethnicity. The turquoise slice is the African American population of approximately 500,000. And your staff asked for information about enrollment changes over time, and I compiled this from online data available from the Department of Education. Each color represents a different subgroup, and if you look at the red bar, which is just under the royal blue bar, let's see if you can see that, but that represents students who identify themselves as African American. And as you can see, the size of this bar has stayed the same or grown slightly over the last 15 years, but since the overall population has grown, it represents a slightly smaller proportion than it did 15 years ago. But if you note, there's a little maroon bar right under that, and that represents students who either don't respond to questions about race, ethnicity, or who identify themselves with multiple categories. And this category has grown a lot since 2000. It could include students who identify some family heritage as African American, but also claim ancestry from other ethnic groups. So it could actually be larger than that maroon group. Okay, so where are African American students enrolled? The list on this slide shows counties where students make up 10% or more of the total K-12 enrollment. And those counties are Alameda, Contra Costa, Los Angeles, Sacramento, San Bernardino, San Francisco, San Joaquin, Solano, and Alameda. And the right side of the table shows the representation in percentage terms in these counties. So where are African American students enrolled by school district? This slide shows that 40% of the state's African American students reside in 11 districts. And these 11 districts are among the top 20 largest school districts in the state. Together, these districts represent only 20% of the state's total enrollment, but 40% of the state's African American enrollment. So there's a disproportionate level of enrollment in these districts, in these big districts. Okay, so the second part of the presentation talks about outcomes, and trying to measure how well students are doing in school is not as straightforward as measuring enrollment. And we compiled data from the following sources to try to demonstrate outcomes. The first is the California Standards Test. These are aligned to California content standards, which define what students are expected to learn in each grade. Most students in grades 2 through 11 participate. There are 5 different performance levels. So when you as a student get your score on a test, it's ranked in, it's placed in one of 5 performance levels. The lowest is far below basic is next, basic is next, and then proficient and advanced are the 2 highest categories. The State Board of Education has defined proficient, the proficient category, as the performance expectation for all students to meet for purposes of the federal No Child Left Behind Act. And so because that's the benchmark that's communicated to the federal government, that's the one that's often used to measure how students are doing. So the next slide shows how African American students' performance on these tests has changed over time relative to that proficient benchmark. And as you can see, a larger percentage of students scored at the state expected performance level in 2009 than they did in 2003. But still, there are fewer than 40. This is on the English language arts test. There's English language arts and math. This is still less than the statewide goal of 100%. So there's progress being made, but not near the 100% that the state has sort of embraced, or the state board has embraced as a goal. The achievement gap, before I get to the next slides, outcome data suggests an achievement gap between African American, Latino, economically disadvantaged kids on the one hand, and other subgroups on the other. And this is important for moral reasons, but it's also important for economic ones. The Public Policy Institute of California estimates a shortage of 1 million college-educated workers by 2025 if current trends continue, if current dropout rates, college-going rates continue. So closing the achievement gap is important to address this shortage, and it will be very difficult, if not impossible, for the state to address this 1 million shortage if we don't address the achievement gap. Okay, so this is a demonstration of the achievement gap that I was referring to. It shows the percentage of each subgroup that scored at or above proficient on the California Standards Test in 2009. The maroon bar represents achievement on the math portion of the exam. Blue represents English language arts. So the top 6 set of bars represent the entire population by ethnicity. So that's Latino and above. Below that is the same data cut in different ways. So it has all the economically disadvantaged students, English learners, et cetera. So as you can see, performance of African American, Latino, and economically disadvantaged students on this test, as measured by the percentage of each group that's at proficient or above, is relatively lower than other groups. There's a fair amount of research that suggests that family income is strongly associated with outcomes, but correlation doesn't mean cause. Poverty doesn't cause poor outcomes, it's just associated with it. Okay, so this is another outcome that's often used to sort of measure the achievement gap. This shows results from the California High School Exit Exam, which was created via legislation about 10 years ago, and it's intended to test basic skills in 10th grade, math and English. The data in this graph show the percentage of students in the class of 2009 passing both parts of the exam. So this gives you an idea of the number of kids that have made it to the 12th grade and that may graduate because they've passed this test. What it doesn't show you, though, is the large number of students that never made it to the 12th grade because they've dropped out of school, okay? In some cases as early as middle school. So this next slide shows that statistic. This is your graduation rates, and this gives you a sense of the kids that never make it to 12th grade. This graph was developed by the California Dropout Research Project at the UC Linguistic Minority Research Institute at UC Santa Barbara. It shows graduation rates by ethnicity using a methodology called averaged freshman graduation rate. There's different ways of measuring dropout and graduation rates. This is one that was developed by the federal government. So some groups have tried to estimate the cost of dropouts to our economy. One federal group, the Alliance for Excellent Education, estimated that if students nationwide who were supposed to be graduating in 2007 who had not dropped out, the nation's economy would have benefited from an additional $329 billion in income over their lifetimes. So this is the same data on the previous slide, but disaggregated by gender. And as you can see, there's a gender gap in graduation rates, with boys or men graduating at much lower, well, substantially lower rates of 10 percentage points in some cases. This graph shows that almost 1 in 2 African American males in our public K-12 high schools don't graduate. And what happens to these kids afterwards, after they drop out? The California Dropout Research Project has done some work on what happens to these students. In one study, they found that half of 10th grade dropouts had managed to complete high school. Relative to other states, the GED passage rate is not very high. So there's definitely a challenge here, and this is a very strong piece of the achievement gap that needs to be addressed if the state is going to meet this shortage of college-educated workers. So this and the following slides give a sense for what happens if you do get to the point of graduation. And these are college-going rates to public colleges and universities by ethnicity. This is data from the California Post-Secondary Education Commission. Each bar shows the percentage of high school graduates from each subgroup that attend a community college, CSU, or UC campus. This does not include private institutions. What this doesn't tell you is graduation rates from those higher education institutions, but it gives you a sense of what happens after 12th grade. And this slide has the same data as the previous slide, but by segment. So this shows you where kids go, or people go when they graduate. So while this shows you that African American high school graduates go to college at the same or higher rate as other groups, they go to UC at a much lower rate, and community colleges at a much higher rate, at a higher rate, not a much higher rate. It's important to note that these college-going rates are not very high relative to the rest of the nation. According to the College Board, California ranks 48th among the states in the percentage of its senior class that matriculates into a four-year college the following year. The Public Policy Institute of California has done work on this issue, and it argues for increasing the college-going rate for all groups in order to address this 1 million college-educated workers shortfall. Okay, so this slide, I know that's difficult to read, but it attempts to look at California relative to the rest of the nation using results from a national test called the National Assessment of Educational Progress. This is a national test that's administered by the Federal Department of Education, and it tests samples of students in each state in grades 4 and 8 in math, reading, science, and writing. And this shows states' scores on the 4th grade math NAEP. And as you can see, sort of California students, this shows that the achievement gap in California mirrors that of other states. California students don't have a high average score on the NAEP, and neither do California's African American students. Our African American students are not the lowest scoring among other states, but among the lowest half. So this data, though, is often, this NAEP data is often criticized because it doesn't, each state decides how they're going to test their students, and California is relatively inclusive compared to other states, so we test more kids, including English learners. So, you have to sort of consider that when looking at this. It's not a perfect measure of comparing states. Okay, the third part is what are opportunities to learn? What is the school experience for students? And there's a lot of outside factors that contribute to student success, but there's no doubt that a student's experience in school plays a large part. And so this is an outline of the following slides. So the first is access to quality preschool opportunities. The RAND Corporation did a California preschool study series, and they found that most 3- and 4-year-olds in California use center-based early care, which is care where you go somewhere, you drop off your child. That's different than, say, in-home care or family-based care. However, these programs generally for all populations fall short on some quality benchmarks. So RAND did not determine that these center-based programs weren't of very high quality. And that was for all groups. Participation by African American children in programs that had some high-quality benchmarks is higher than other subgroups. For example, half of preschool-aged African American children attend center-based programs that have group sizes no larger than 20, so that's good. I think that's a good indicator of quality relative to other groups. But overall, participation in high-quality programs was universally low. Okay, so the next slide is on access to A through G courses. It's difficult to measure the extent to which children have access to courses that qualify for entrance to UC or CSU. This slide doesn't really show access, it shows completion, but it gives you a sense for the disparities. Research by UCLA, IDEA, and UC Accord, and you're going to have a speaker from that group that's going to talk about their latest research. That research suggests that African American and Latino students have less access to these courses than other groups. Okay. The 2007 California Educational Opportunity Report, which is authored by UC Accord and UCLA IDEA, says that approximately 3/4 of African American and Latino students are enrolled in secondary schools where the majority of students are from underrepresented groups, and a sizable portion of these students attend intensely segregated minority schools, schools where 90 to 100% of the students are from underrepresented groups. And that's important because these schools have limited access to counselors, limited access to qualified secondary teachers, and limited access to A through G college prep curriculum. Okay. This is another slide from Superintendent O'Connell's Closing the Achievement Gap report, and it shows that African American students are disproportionately represented among students receiving special education services. And there's the history of this among African American students and students not proficient in English. And I think the questions raised by this slide are why. How does this affect students' access to the core curriculum? Some districts are better than others at providing universal access to core curriculum for students with disabilities. Some aren't, and this could affect a student's opportunity to learn. Okay, disparities in student discipline. It was difficult to find data on this. Suspensions and expulsions disaggregated by ethnicity. And the U.S. Department of Education Office for Civil Rights used to collect this data. The most recent data I found was for LA Unified, and it went back to 2000. And so there's some reason why this hasn't been this data hasn't been collected, and I think that's really a challenge in terms of looking at this issue. Arnie Duncan, in March 8th of this year, said African American students without disabilities or more than 3 times as likely to be expelled as their white peers. African American students with disabilities are over twice as likely to be expelled or suspended. Those facts testify to racial gaps that are hard to explain away. I think this is important because student discipline outcomes can be an indicator of school climate. If you're expelled or suspended from school, you're missing class time, and that can affect your access to the curriculum. Questions that, if this, I think there's a policy area for further discussion. How easy is it for school districts and policymakers to access discipline data by race, ethnicity, to provide some sort of oversight on equity? Are discipline policies being equitably distributed and applied? And I think with the development of CalPads, which is the longitudinal data system, that system will collect student discipline data. I think it's an oversight issue for policymakers to make sure that that is readily available to districts so it can be disaggregated by ethnicity and race. Okay, and last slide is, how do kids feel about their environment at school? Presence of a caring adult is an important factor in a student's school journey, and it's been shown to be an important factor in reducing the dropout rate. And one way of measuring this is from data collected from the California Healthiest Kids Survey. It addresses children's health indicators, children's use of drugs and alcohol, other high-risk behavior, but it also asks them how they rate their community. And the 2006-2008 survey asked kids about their community environment, and it asked them about their school environment. And it found that all groups of kids of all ethnicities gave higher scores to their community environment than their school environment. The only sort of difference by ethnicity was that African American students' school connectedness score, how they felt in terms of how connected they were to the school, was slightly lower than other groups' score in this metric. And I think it's a question that policymakers can ask about what the schools can do in terms of culture and welcomeness to make kids feel like they have support. The SPI has produced a workbook to help school districts assess their environment using student survey data. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for the presentation. You presented lots of data that is certainly disturbing, but informative, and I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to explore it in detail. Let me just point out this information is available. The slides will be available. If you will make sure we get your information, we can forward them to you. Also, I just want to point out that this is the first in a series of sessions that we hope to have to help better educate not just members in the legislature, better understand and appreciate the issues as we perhaps seek legislation, as we seek to make sure the policies are more in line, and as we make sure that we're being more responsive. And so we just want to make sure that that we are working closely with you as we develop these plans and these programs. I also want to indicate that everyone will have an opportunity to make a comment or ask a question. We're asking you to hold them. We will have a period at the end that's for that. So I just encourage you to take notes and jot down your thoughts. Before we move on, we have been joined by other colleagues. I just want to introduce the chairman of the Legislative Black Caucus, the Honorable Sandra Swanson.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you for the comprehensive presentation. I'd like to thank Senator Price, the Vice Chair of the Caucus, for organizing this very important event. And also to say that one of the things that gets pointed out by your statistics and your references, although it raises a number of questions, it's also clear, and has been clear to me for a long time, that when it comes to our children, there's no way for us to avoid spending what's necessary on them to address their needs. We will have to commit resources to our children one way or the other. And so it's important for us to have this discussion so we can talk about the most constructive way to do just that. And so I appreciate the presentation. I look forward to the rest of the panel's presentations, because if we accept that responsibility early on, then we won't play the traditional budget game of lack of resources with our children, because we know that there's a correlation between our students' performance in the 4th grade and the way they project the construction of state prisons. And so it's important for us to err on the side of providing early resources and effective curriculum to be able to address their educational needs very early in life, and then they will be contributing. And so I look forward to the panels as they come forward, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Also been joined by another colleague, the Honorable Lonnie Hancock, also a member of the Education Committee. Lonnie, care to say anything? Senator Lonnie Hancock.
Thank you, Senator Price. I'm really here to learn. It looks like you've assembled many of the really strong, positive, and deep thinkers in this area. These issues certainly impact my district and are also just deeply important to me. I concur with the comments of Assemblyman Swanson that we need to invest in our kids, and we need to be smart and targeted and to know really what the leverage points are going to be that make a difference. Thanks.
Thank you. And another Senate colleague, Mr. Joe Simidian, also a member of the Senate Ed Committee. Senator?
No, I'm sorry I had to miss Ms. Ailing's remarks. Someone I've worked with quite well and have quite a bit of regard for, so I'm pleased to see you here today. And thank you to the caucus for pulling this conversation together. I do think in the sort of push and shove in the day-to-day routine, we don't get enough opportunity to step back and take the bigger picture view that both the chair and the vice chair of the caucus have suggested. So I think it's great that we've got this opportunity to sort of step back, take a big picture look, and ask ourselves, what do we need to do long term to make this system work for every kid in the system, and look forward to hearing from the presenters today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, do you have a comment?
Yeah.
Last comment?
Yeah, one question, Lenore.
Ms. Ealing? Yeah,
I did have one question, and maybe some of the other panelists will comment on this later. But did you, was there a correlation between the dropout rate as you saw it and the exit exam, meaning the preparation for the exit exam and or anxiety around the exit exam as students? Has there been any data that correlates those two occurrences?
I think I did see some research, I think it might have been by the California Dropout Research Project, on that showed that students' performance on the exit exam was affected by their anxiety level, and particularly for girls and Latinos and African Americans. Let me, that's sort of off the top of my head. I can go back and look and see what that research is, and then give it to your staff.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your comments, and perhaps another panelist will be able to provide us with some information on that. All right, well, let's move on to our first panel and invite up Dr. John Rogers, Dr. Linda Bond, and Dr. Linda Murray.
Sure, I know how to do that. Does anybody know how to, the younger people, do you know how to turn it on to presentation mode?
Click on. If you just go to
Slideshow. Why don't you go to slideshow?
View slideshow.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, first up, we'll have Dr. John Rogers, the director of UCLA Institute for Democracy, Education, and Access. What a great idea.
Thank you.
Dr. Rogers.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you today. I wanted to make one comment before my presentation, because as I was listening to the previous presentation, it struck me that we hear a lot of news today about low performance of African American students relative to other students. And I think it's important to note that from the very first days of the state of California, there have been high-performing African American students. And I just pulled up a short story I wanted to share with you. There was an article that was published in 1859 in New York in one of the few free presses that African Americans had access to. An African American journalist named Townsend had come to California, had observed the schools here, and told the story about a young girl who came from Philadelphia. And I just wanted to share this real briefly. Mr. Townsend reports in the paper, one of these pupils had moved on from grammar school, an interesting young lady from the city of brotherly love, obviously Philadelphia, the daughter of a respectable merchant, standing at the head of the list as a scholar in one of the grammar schools, was, after examination by a committee of the Board of Education, admitted to the high school, where she soon distinguished herself as one of the first scholars in the institution, and by her amiable disposition and ladylike deportment, gained the goodwill and esteem of both teachers and scholars, as well as the Board of Education. Now, Mr. Townsend goes on to say that her success then created a problem for the San Francisco School Board, which contained both pro-slavery and anti-slavery elements. So her case became kind of a cause célèbre. And as a consequence of that case, she and other African American students were excluded from that high school in the future, were relegated to the few schools for African Americans that at that time were only being offered in the church basement with far inferior resources. Now, that story is one that has echoed over the last 150 years. We have high-achieving African American students who have struggled, who have gained success despite the odds, despite very poor educational opportunities put in front of them. So I want to share with you today a few thoughts about the quality of opportunities that exist in California schools, the way that they're distributed, and how those opportunities have been undermined in the wake of the recession. Let me just skip beyond this. That color is obviously not going to. So what this says is I'm going to speak to 5 different things. One is I'm going to share a chart on the pathways that African American students travel through high schools and into college. Then I'm going to speak briefly about what sorts of schools enroll African American students in California. I'm going to talk about opportunities that have existed in California schools for African Americans prior to the recession, and then what has happened in the wake of the recession. I'm going to close with a couple thoughts on data you can access about your own districts and data that the broader public can access about their public schools. So, good, we can see this one at least. This is a chart that shows the class of 2008 African-American students in California. Now, in fall of 2004, there were roughly 40,000 African-American students that had enrolled as 9th graders all across the state. If you look at public opinion surveys, you know that 90% or more of their parents expected those students not only to graduate but to move on to college and often to attain a higher degree. 90% of those students had those same aspirations at the time. But you see from this chart that it didn't play out that way. Of the initial 40,000 students that enrolled as 9th graders, only about 21,000 graduated in June of 2008, and only about 5,000 of those students graduated A through G eligible. In other words, they had taken and gotten a C or better on the courses necessary for California state universities or University of California admission. Only a little less than 3,000 students then went on to enroll in the California State University system. Only 1,000 students went on to enroll in the University of California system that next fall. One last point about this chart that I think is important for your discussions today. If you look at the students that enrolled, the African American students that enrolled in the California State Universities or the University of California system, overwhelmingly female. 64% of the African American students that enrolled as first-time students in Cal State universities, in UCs, were female. So we have a system of education that is not doing well by African American students generally, and particularly not doing well by African American male students. And so we have to ask some really challenging questions about what's going on in our schools that are not supporting male students. Okay. This is another obscure slide, but I will explain. So there are three different sorts. I make 3 points here about the sorts of schools enrolling African American students. The first, which I think is important, it's an undertold story, is about charter schools. So African American students in California are overrepresented in charter schools. In other words, there's about 7.5%. 7.5% of all students in California are African American. 10.7% of all charter school students are African American. So there's about 50% more African American students in charter schools than you would expect. Now, certainly there are some good charter schools around the state. What I would like this committee to consider is, I think that there are some real issues about African American students getting pushed out of some charter schools, and that we need to attend to the data to make sure that all students are being treated fairly, have access to all schools, and are not dismissed in ways that are really problematic. The second point is that we have, it says here 101,000. And what that suggests is that most African American high school students, about half of them go to 100 high schools in the state. So they're concentrated in just 100 schools. The other half of African American students, though, are dispersed across 1,000 different schools. And so I think as your committee thinks about policies, you both need to think about schools that have concentrations of African American students and schools that have fewer African American students. Really different sorts of problems, both of which need to be addressed. Let me skip on. Opportunities before the recession. So there was a set of conditions that we can look at with the most recent state data, where we see, as the senator was suggesting before, California just doesn't spend enough. So we ranked 46th of all states before the recession in the amount of money we were spending for each and every student, about $2,000 less than the national average, about $5,000 or $6,000 less than states like New York for each and every student. California's middle school and high school teachers, as a consequence, taught about 50% more students than teachers in other states. Our classrooms are so overcrowded, they don't look like any other state. We have hugely large classrooms, except for K through 3, and our K through 3 classes are getting larger in the wake of the recession. And finally, our high school counselors serve more students than in any other state, and so our high school students are receiving less attention. So, in addition to the fact that overall these conditions prevail, some students are getting less than others. And what these charts show, not on this computer, but on a regular computer, what these charts show is that as the proportion of Latino and African American students rises, on average, students are more likely to experience shortages of qualified teachers. They're more likely to experience overcrowded schools. They're more likely to experience shortages of math and science teachers who are qualified. So we have deep racial inequalities in how things are playing out. So how has this been impacted by the recession? A couple quick thoughts. I'm just going to skip by that. Okay. So what this chart shows is that teacher layoffs have predominantly occurred in schools that have 90 to 100% Latino and African American students. So the biggest bar are the proportion of layoffs in schools that predominantly are serving Latino and African American students. The shortest bar is schools that are majority white and Asian. So teacher layoffs have been concentrated in particular sorts of schools, despite the fact that pink slips have played out all across the state. This next bar, and again I apologize for the lack of clarity in the slide, shows that other personnel have been impacted as well. In each of these cases, the brown bar are schools that have 90 to 100% Latino and African American students. The yellow bar is majority white and Asian students. So you can see that there's a pattern across these different charts. What they show is that school social workers have been laid off or had their hours cut back unequally. School nurses have been laid off or had their hours impacted unequally. people who work in office staff similarly, and even community groups that are working in schools have cut back more in schools that are serving predominantly Latino and African American students. We also see cutbacks in after-school programs that play out along racial lines in unequal ways. Okay. So finally, my time is coming to a close. I just wanted to say a couple things about how you can access further data. First of all, there are reports over here, our California Educational Opportunity Report for this year, which lays out the impact of the recession across the state. I welcome you to look at those. You also should have received a couple months ago a report on each one of your legislative districts. So we made a separate report for each assembly member and each senator that shows you the schools in your district. You can have a printed copy that you should have received, or they're also online. So if you go to UCLA Ideas website or www.edopopportunity.org, you can search for any school in the state, and you can search for each legislative district. So Senator Price's district here, you can see that it shows the pathway, so it shows how many ninth graders entered in all of the schools in your district, how many moved on, and it shows the conditions across these different schools, highlighting some of the problems and some of the inequalities we see. And you can then click on schools that are on the left side, click on any high school, any middle school to see those conditions as well. My sense is that that data is important to create the sort of informed and powerful public that can transform these conditions. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
That is a very good question. I do not think right now that California's data system allows us to look at that, although we probably could look at the University of California system graduate school, so I can follow up with you on that.
You made a comment about the high percentage of African Americans in charter schools.
Yes.
Versus the regular school population. Any thoughts of why that's a fact? Why that's occurring?
The national data suggests that we have two different trends that are playing out here. One trend is you have some African American families who are looking for an alternative to their local public school and have been attracted to possibilities that the charter schools offer. In Los Angeles, there's one group of students who've moved into charter schools with that rationale. There's also a number of charter school students who have not done well in their local public school, and so we have charter schools that are kind of set up as quasi-continuation schools for students who have not done well. And so I think the African-American student body that are in charter schools represents both of those trends.
Thank you. Thank you again for your comments. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, one additional question around the layoff statistics that you reported in terms of teacher and instructional layoffs. Why is it so dramatic?
There's, I think, two different explanations for that. One is that we see patterns within large districts like Los Angeles Unified School District where historical patterns of discrimination have led some schools in some areas of Los Angeles to have higher proportions of new teachers. And because of seniority rules, those new teachers are the first ones laid off, and so you then have push-out patterns across the district. The second reason, and this directly relates to Inglewood and other smaller suburban districts, Inglewood, Compton, those districts have less per pupil expenditure funds than other districts, and so they often entered the recession in a poorer fiscal state than other districts, and so had to make deeper cuts. Now, why do Compton and Inglewood have less than other districts? In part, it's due to some really problematic formulas within the Title I system, whereby the largest districts get additional benefit over smaller districts. So it's both the percentage of low-income students and the size of the district that determines how much money a particular school district gets.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Romero and then Savidian.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rogers. You always have just amazing research to share. On the question of looking at the bumping and again the layoffs, as you know, it's of course the issue in the latest ACLU lawsuit against the state of California and LA Unified, and there's been legislation that addresses that as a civil rights issue. In that case, and because of the bumping as well, we also noted in the ACLU lawsuit the number of substitute teachers that students, because of the bumping issue, it seemed just disproportionately high and very disruptive to the students' ability to have a continuous and stable education experience. Do you have any data at all in terms of looking at especially high poverty African American students in terms of the percentage of time to which they have substitute teachers in the classroom? It'd be interesting for us to see that.
Senator Romero, it's an excellent question. Unfortunately, we haven't kept great data on access to substitute teachers and the number of days that students are served by substitute teachers, long-term substitute teachers. I think that might be an interesting piece of legislation to consider to just improve the quality of the data systems about it. I'd like to add one other point, which I think is important. In addition to the fact that you have teachers being laid off in high-poverty schools that have high concentrations of Latino and African-American students, the other thing that we saw is a number of office staff got bumped or laid off. And those office staff are often the key connectors to the local community. And so we need to think more holistically about providing, to ensuring that the people that are working in schools that have connections to the community, that are doing a good job, are able to remain and serve the community well.
Thank you. Senator Simidian, and then
Actually,
Senator Hancock.
my issues were largely incorporated in the last question and answer. Thank you.
Senator Hancock.
Thank you. You also said, however, because I can understand the teachers because it's the younger teachers, whatever, but you said the layoffs in nurses, counselors, after-school programs was also disproportional. Why would that be?
Well, so I'm not sure if I have an explanation within large school districts. I do think some of that has to do with disparities across school districts. So one of the things that we report on in our broader report is that if you look at what happened with parcel taxes across the state in the year 2009, districts that were able to pass parcel taxes to ease some of the pressure, which was entirely understandable for those districts are almost universally serving fairly affluent communities. And so the parcel taxes, in effect, exacerbated inequality. The other thing that we looked at was whether schools were able to generate additional funds in ways that created greater disparity. So we asked principals, how much money did you get from local community and parents in terms of fundraising? Low poverty schools versus high poverty schools. Low poverty schools raised about $8 for every $1 raised in high poverty schools. Not surprising, but something that deeply exacerbated inequalities and I think made it harder for some schools to fill in the gaps created by these deep and unprecedented budget cuts.
Have you ever disaggregated the impact on the schools that had to accept loans from the state? Compton, West Contra Costa, Oakland, for example.
I have not done that. I think it's an interesting idea. No, I have not done that.
I wondered. And finally, could you and your institute and others suggest changes to the Title I formula that would be more equitable? Because we at least can send letters to Congress and reach out in a number of ways. And it would seem to me that that would be a very important thing for us to do.
Sure. I would be happy to do that. I also would recommend the work of Professor Goodwin Liu, who's a law professor at Berkeley and is much in the news these days. But he did an analysis a couple years ago that highlighted some of these inequalities. So you have inequalities playing out across states and within states that I think are very important to attend to.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, panel, for your comments. Next up, we'll have Linda Bond, Senior Policy Consultant, the Center for Future of Teaching and Learning.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The Center for the Future of Teaching and Learning was founded on the premise that high-quality teaching offers the most powerful, lasting point of leverage for improving public education while ensuring education equity. For over a decade, the Center has conducted research and case studies on teaching quality in California. We partner with SRI International, and we bring together classroom teachers, local school board members, administrators, research parents, and faculty to review the SRI data and develop recommendations. We have found that continuing inequities, together with misguided policies, have contributed to persistent achievement gaps between African American students and their white and Asian peers. California public schools enrolling poor and minority students do not have equal opportunities to recruit, hire, develop, support, or retain fully prepared teachers. African American students and other students of color in California's public schools get a different workforce than other students. It is not fair, and it is not right. There are 4 main points that the Center would like to leave with you today. First, over the past decade, California has made considerable progress in addressing education inequities and strengthening teaching quality. The numbers of underprepared teachers have decreased dramatically. Student achievement has risen for all students, including African American students. Second, despite this progress, significant inequities remain and achievement gaps persist. Schools enrolling poor and minority students are far more likely to have the least prepared and experienced teachers. They are far more likely to experience a constant churn of teacher turnover. Third, the successful strategies that have been begun to address these challenges now are at grave risk due to the budget crisis. Meanwhile, the teacher pipeline is rapidly dissembling, putting education achievement at risk for all students, but particularly for those who are poor and of color. Fourth, years of long-term research have shown that certain strategies work to turn around low-performing schools. There is no mystery. There are no quick fixes. Testing alone does not support quality teaching or increased achievement. In fact, we know it can have the opposite effect. Endless test preparation in limited areas of basic English and math does not necessarily promote learning. School choice is not a panacea. In fact, choice is limited in scope and often leaves the most vulnerable students behind. There are some good charter schools, and there are some dreadful ones. Rewards and sanctions do not build teaching staffs, and current tests of student achievement were never designed for high-stakes decisions regarding termination or pay, and are not valid or reliable for that purpose. Significant improvements in learning emerge from high expectations, strong standards, a rich and proven curriculum, student motivation, parent engagement, effective school leadership, ongoing data on student performance, feedback to teachers, ongoing evaluation, and targeted professional development. Building teaching capacity takes hard work over time, along with commitment, trust, collegiality, and accountability for parents, students, administrators, and teachers alike. Some individuals and organizations will urge you to use testing alone to determine school success, fire entire staffs, move students away from their neighborhood schools, and calculate teacher compensation. We counsel you to review the research and talk with local educators before going down that unproven path. We encourage you to review all proposals, including ones we might offer, in the context of both long-term experience by educators and highly replicated research on what works and what does not work to improve teaching and learning for all students. Now, I want to mention some progress to date because it has been quite heartening. Over the past decade, the legislature and several governors, in consultation with teachers, parents, and others, put into place a series of targeted, interrelated strategies that added about 60,000 fully prepared teachers to the workforce, increased student achievement for all students, reduced the numbers of underprepared teachers, particularly for poor, and minority students, and eliminated most bureaucratic barriers for teaching candidates, both those trained in California and trained out of state. Mentoring and support were offered to nearly all novice teachers. Importantly, powerful incentives were made available to experienced and qualified teachers willing to serve as both classroom teachers and teacher mentors in high-need schools. Teacher preparation, induction, and assessment were strengthened for all teachers. Professional development was offered to teams of teachers, enabling them to deepen their skills in math, reading, history, science, and other subjects. The results were dramatic, reflecting a plunge from more than 42,000 underprepared teachers in 2001, about 14% of the workforce, to less than 11,000 underprepared teachers in 2008-09, which is approximately 3% of the workforce. The state decreased by 1/2 the percentages of underprepared teachers teaching mathematics, life sciences, and physical science. These results were also apparent in the state's lowest performing schools. In 2002-03, 18% of teachers in low API schools were underprepared. In 2008-09, those numbers had improved to 5% for low API schools. Despite this progress, inequities persist, and now virtually all of the successful efforts resulting in improvements in teaching and learning are at risk of being entirely dismantled. I want to outline the dimensions of the challenge. I'll try not to reiterate much of what Ms. Ayling and Dr. Rogers presented. But there is no question that as a group, African American students in California public schools achieve at lower rates than their peers. California test results last year for English show that statewide 50% of all students scored proficient or above. Only 30% of African Americans scored at this level. On the math portion of the California exam, 46% of all students scored proficient.
Excuse me, through the chair. I apologize. Could you go back and repeat those numbers again, please?
Sure. California test results last year for English show that statewide 50% of all students scored proficient or above.
And?
Only 37% of African Americans scored at proficient or above.
Thank you.
On the math portion of the California exam, 46% of all students scored at proficient or above. 30% of African American students scored at proficient or above. Passing rates for the high school exit exam yield similar data as Dr. Rogers demonstrated for the class of 2009. 90.6% of all students over time passed both the math and English sections of the exam. This is the high school exit exam. However, for African American students, 81.4% passed the exit exam. Although achievement has risen across all ethnic groups, a wide gap remains between African American and Latino students on the one hand and white and Asian students on the other. For example, in math, since 2003, achievement for both African American and Asian students has increased, but a 41 percentage point gap between African American and Asian students in 2003 is now a 42 point gap. 72% as compared to 30%. Statewide in 2009, the dropout rate was 19% for African American students. The dropout rate was 33%, the highest percentage for any subgroup. Even among those who graduate from high school, many students are ill-prepared for the workforce and for post-secondary education. In 2007-08, just 34% of all California public school graduates completed all the courses required for UC, CSU, or CSU. 23% of African Americans completed these requirements, so it's 34% versus 23%. Inequities in access to fully prepared teachers remain a concern across all levels of schooling. So does the churn of teachers through schools with high numbers of minority students. Whereas only 1% of the teachers on average in schools in the highest achievement quartile are underprepared, 5% of teachers on average in the lowest achievement quartiles are underprepared. Only 1% of teachers assigned to schools with low numbers of minority students were underprepared, compared with 5% of teachers assigned to schools with large numbers of minority students. At high schools with a high API, 4% of teachers were underprepared. At high schools with a low API, 10% of teachers were underprepared. Research demonstrates that most experienced teachers have a better track record in improving achievement for all students. However, in 2009, at schools with a high API score, 9% of teachers were either novices or underprepared. At schools with a low API score, 15% of teachers were novices or underprepared, which begins to address the question that you posed to Dr. Rogers. Only 9% of interns are located in schools with the highest API scores, while 51% of interns are distributed to schools with the lowest API scores. Yes, only 9% of interns are located in schools with the highest API scores, while 51% of interns are distributed in schools with the lowest API scores. These interns may be mature, dedicated, and willing to learn, but they are also still participating in teacher preparation. They do not have an initial teaching credential and, in effect, are student teaching in their own classrooms. Young, exuberant teachers and career switchers with a passion to teach are terrific, and we need them in our schools. However, we also need large numbers of accomplished veteran teachers to usher these interns into the profession and provide students with the expert instruction these young people need to overcome the challenges they face. We need high-quality recruits and expert veterans in all schools. According to recent polls regarding school leadership, California principals are more discouraged than principals elsewhere. They are much less likely to have participated in an internship training experience. They are much less likely to have participated in a principal network or mentoring by a veteran principal. California principals were much less likely to believe that all students have access to high-quality teaching, reflecting higher numbers of underprepared and novice teachers. Importantly, they were also less likely to report increases in attention to the needs of low-performing students, sharing best practices among teachers, or using performance data for instructional improvement. So in short, California principals are much less likely that much less likely to report that they use the precise strategies that have been shown to turn some of these schools around. California principals were much less likely than their counterparts in other states to have participated in professional development activities with teachers. This is significant because of its connection to strong instructional leadership. California principals reported spending less time on key instructional leadership functions than their national counterparts. For example, they were significantly less likely than principals elsewhere to report that they worked frequently with teachers to change teaching methods in situations where students were not succeeding, or to work with faculty to develop goals for their own practice or for professional development. These responses are consistent with an EdSource study in which California principals ranked training and using assessment data as their top professional development need, followed by evaluating teachers' instruction and addressing the needs of English language learners. Many of the differences between California principals and their counterparts elsewhere are cause for concern because they signify gaps in pre-service training and professional development that are tied to the emerging consensus about what principals need to know and be able to do in order to be effective as instructional and organizational leaders. Now turning to what we call death by 1,000 cuts. Education in California, particularly for our most vulnerable and struggling students, faces a bleak future. In the past 5 years, the education budget has been cut by over $17 billion. Federal stimulus funding stemmed the tide of teacher layoffs, but now that funding is ending. To date, 23,000 pink slips have been issued to teachers statewide, Unlike past years, we predict that most of these termination notices will not be rescinded. History tells us that when pink slips are issued, there is a concurrent decline in the number of individuals preparing to become teachers and fewer teacher credentials issued to those who complete their preparation. In 2001-02, there were well over 77,000 enrollees in preparation programs, but by 2006-07, that number had dropped by more than 25,000 candidates. Tens of thousands of teachers are scheduled to retire over the next decade. The current rash of teacher layoffs most certainly will have a significant downstream effect on the teacher development system, bringing fewer teachers into the pipeline just as retirements are accelerating. Meanwhile, virtually all the programs designed to strengthen and support quality teaching while recruiting and retaining experienced teachers to our hardest-to-staff schools are now subject to categorical flexibility, meaning that many efforts to address education inequity and increase access for poor and minority students have been put on hold. We contend that recent events could irreparably damage the teaching profession and, as a result, further threaten opportunities for California children to receive a quality education. Now, a few thoughts on what works based on research. The lesson that was learned in the past decade has universal logic: get the best candidates we can into the profession, then help new teachers become good teachers, and good teachers become great teachers. The logic also dictates that we address the inequities that have historically plagued our lowest performing schools. There have been a series of compelling research studies demonstrating what works and what does not work to improve education, particularly for struggling students. These reports include the Widget Effect by the New Teacher Project, the Benwood Plan, a report on successful turnaround strategies, and gaining ground in the middle grades, why some schools do better, a large-scale study of middle grades practices and student outcomes by EdSource in Stanford. These reports demonstrate the crucial importance of clear teacher performance standards linked to student achievement goals and objectives, assessed by valid and reliable exams with data on individual student performance provided on an ongoing basis to classroom teachers and local school administrators. A rich and proven curriculum across the range of subjects historically taught in the public schools and required by state law for high school graduation. Comprehensive and cohesive assessments of teaching performance spanning the length of the teaching career, beginning with on-site assessments in teacher preparation and continuing with support and assessment during induction, culminating with high-end assessments like the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. Systematic evaluation of teachers based at least in part on student achievement data, but also including elements such as student attendance, student graduation rates, classroom participation, and classroom observation by administrators and others specifically trained for this work, and tying the results of these comprehensive high-quality evaluations to specific professional development and support for teachers while releasing teachers who do not improve despite support and development. Interestingly, these comprehensive research reports and our work with a broad range of constituencies do not justify tying evaluation to teacher compensation. In fact, the Benwood report states, clearly money was not the only or even the primary reason why most teachers moved to or stayed in the 8 Benwood schools, the very low performance schools that over time dramatically raised student achievement. Above all, Benwood teachers ranked the opportunity to work in a school with a visionary principal and a professionally supportive environment as their top reasons for choosing to work in Benwood schools. Extra money is always nice, explained one teacher, but it really felt like things were headed in a good direction. That's why I'm still here. National opinion surveys of teachers find a similar pattern, with teachers citing the importance of mentoring, improved professional development, dedicated time for collaboration and planning, and strong leadership. The pattern is particularly evident among teachers in high-poverty urban schools. Researcher Richard Ingersoll, for example, found in his analysis of a national sample of public school teachers that more than half of teachers working in these schools, these high-poverty urban schools, are dissatisfied with their jobs, not because of pay, but because of poor support from school leaders. In addition, we recommend reviewing testimony offered before the Assembly Education Committee in Los Angeles last year by Professor Dennis Shirley of Boston College. Dr. Shirley was involved in successful efforts to reform struggling schools in England. As he pointed out, it is not wise to close entire schools and then assume that there are other schools nearby that will provide quality schooling to the displaced students. Nor is it wise to assume that many of the staff at a given school, if many of the staff at a given school are fired, that there are other staff lining up to take their place. We should also consider the impact of student safety on closing schools and moving students to other neighborhoods. And finally, just a few notes on recommendations. We fully recognize the difficult budget issues facing California, but now is not the time to pull back on our commitment to support our public schools or venture down unproven or failed pathways. Too many children, including our African American students, still struggle to learn. These recommendations are in keeping with the fiscal challenges. They are also designed to continue to try to address inequities and stop the wild swings in supply and demand that leave our schools reeling while preparing for the additional 170,000 elementary-age children who are expected to enroll in public schools within the next 5 years. Specifically, we urge the Legislative Black Caucus to take the lead in asking the legislature to, number one, monitor the impact of budget cuts on access to fully prepared teachers, particularly for students in hard-to-staff and low-performing schools. Monitor the impact of budget cuts on programs designed to reverse longstanding inequities for poor and minority students, including the Certificated Mentor Teacher Program designed to attract highly experienced and effective teachers to low-performing schools, and local staff development programs funded from the Professional Development Block Grant. Continue efforts to develop student and teacher data systems in California that offer useful information to classroom teachers, school administrators, and policymakers designed specifically to target instructional improvement and professional development. Maintain the provisions of law authored by Senator Scott and created specifically to ensure that high-need schools have a say in whether to accept the transfer of teachers who have not demonstrated effective teaching skills based on continuing evaluations. Encourage low-performing schools to adopt practices that are standard among high-performing schools, including an opportunity during recruitment and hiring for each candidate to interview, engage with students during a demonstration lesson, and provide a writing sample. Continue to stabilize the teaching workforce at high-need schools by requiring greater equity in the assignment of intern teachers, strengthen mentoring for all novice teachers, and ensuring that the requirements under QEIA, which call for assigning more experienced administrators to these schools, are, in fact, met. Continue to seek federal funding to establish a flexible incentive program that slows the churn of staff in high-need schools, eliminate the enrollment cap on teacher preparation programs throughout CSU, seek federal funds to create a cohesive assessment system aimed at strengthening teaching practice.
Mrs. Bond, can I ask you to summarize it?
Yeah, seek federal funds to strengthen and improve education evaluation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Panel, if you don't mind, let's go to the next presenter, and then we'll hold our questions. Let me just acknowledge, though, that we've been joined by Assemblymember Mike Davis from the 48th AD. Mr. Davis. We'll next hear from Dr. Linda Murray, Superintendent in Residence at the Education Trust West.
Chairman Swanson, Vice Chairman Price, and esteemed members of the caucus, on behalf of my colleagues at Ed Trust West, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I appreciate very much your consideration of our recommendations as part of the educational policy agenda that you're creating. In the interest of time, my comments will briefly highlight the ideas and data. My full testimony has been given to you in writing. And it's
Let me just say, Dr. Murray, we have it in our binders, and if any one in the audience would like to get a copy again, just make sure we have your name and address. Thank you.
Yeah, we would hope that many people will benefit from the distribution of this information. And it's true that despite federal, state, and local efforts to close achievement gaps and improve African American achievement, these gaps remain substantial and pervasive. Years of research and data have demonstrated inequities within our educational systems. And you've heard some of the whys from my colleagues who are testifying today. Low-income students and students of color are more likely to be taught by inexperienced and out-of-field teachers. That cannot continue. Their schools are disproportionately impacted by teacher and administrative turnover. They receive fewer resources and are often plagued by low expectations. Sadly, disheartening achievement statistics have become all too familiar to us. From the earliest tested grade, African American students lag behind their white peers in English and math proficiency. The gap grows wider and wider as they progress through school. Even more disturbing, since 2003, achievement gaps in middle and high school have grown even larger in English and Algebra 1. The unfortunate reality is that the achievement gap persists no matter what measure you choose to use. The U.S. Department of Education estimates 80% of the fastest growing jobs require some form of post-secondary education. With our rapidly changing economy, the wage gap based on educational attainment will increase. Therefore, college readiness is of critical importance to the educational and future employment opportunities of California's African American youth. Yet, again, the data reveals that our educational system is opening the door to college for only a select group of students, marginalizing low-income students and students of color. Only 23% of African American students, as you've heard, graduate meeting the A to G course requirements that would allow them to even apply to the UC-CSU systems. Thus, African American students are seriously underrepresented in California's public four-year institutions, and even those few who get in find it hard to persist to their degree. It doesn't have to be this way. Despite these sobering statistics, we find that there are reasons to be optimistic. Some schools and districts are overcoming hurdles and challenging the status quo. Schools like Baldwin Hills Elementary School in Los Angeles and Grass Valley Elementary School in Oakland are over 85% African American, and they boast API scores roughly 150 points higher than the state average for African American students. At the high school level, places like Oakland Unified are making progress and have surpassed the state's average with African American A to G grad rates at 31%. During my 11-year tenure as superintendent of schools in the San Jose Unified School District, we raised our graduation requirements so that all students had access to the A to G sequence in high school. The first class graduated under these requirements in 2002. And we now have 8 years of evidence that higher standards and college prep courses for all students do not result in higher dropout rates nor in lower graduation rates, as many had feared. Low-income students and students of color now in San Jose and other places have full access to the college preparatory curriculum. Insidious practices such as tracking a disproportionate number of low-income students and students of color into low-level, dumbed-down courses have been eliminated there. Students' grades have not declined due to the higher level of rigor required of them, and more students earn the grades that allow them to access higher education. Many other students are now, many other districts are following suit from San Jose's example. San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles, and San Diego have passed board resolutions to implement the A to G course sequence as the default graduation requirement. And many smaller districts are pursuing this path as well. On the national level, 21 states have raised their graduation requirements so that students are college and career ready. In these states and in California's most enlightened districts, there will no longer be barriers to African American, Latino, and other underrepresented groups in accessing a curriculum that truly prepares them for post-secondary success. The high school diploma that for far too many years has held an empty promise of a bright future is finally being made meaningful for those lucky enough to be in the states, districts, and schools that see rigorous high school coursework as a gateway to opportunity rather than a gatekeeper. Data from these schools and districts demonstrate that public schools in California can educate all students to high levels, regardless of their racial and economic background. More important, the lessons we learn from these schools is that California must not accept low performance and minimal growth among schools serving students of color, and must learn from the effective strategies and practices exemplified by the successful schools and districts throughout our state. The Education Trust West believes that that non-school factors, including race, poverty, and zip code, do not determine failure or success in the classroom. Rather, equitable distribution to rigor and high-quality education is what determines success. It is imperative that California address the needs of African American students by taking on a series of reforms that will target inequities and increase access to a curriculum that prepares them for college and career. African American students that graduate from California's high schools must have every opportunity to pursue higher education if they choose, not us choosing for them, and they must have access to good careers. I'll leave you with some of the most compelling evidence that's in your binder that we've gathered that shows our educational system continues to disproportionately fail African American students. It is unacceptable and it's shameful, and it's time to act. We ask the California Legislative Black Caucus to consider the following recommendations. In terms of college and career, we must guarantee all students have access to college and career-ready coursework in our high schools. We must provide students with the additional supports and interventions necessary to succeed in these courses. We must require rigorous, standards-based, data-driven instruction, and we must advocate for culturally responsive curriculum that reflects the diversity of our state. In terms of accountability, we must hold California schools accountable for preparing all students for a full range of post-secondary opportunities, including college. In terms of quality teachers and leaders, we must require the implementation of comprehensive assessment and evaluation procedures to identify effective teachers and school leaders, and we must get those effective school teachers and leaders into the classrooms and into the schools where our students need them the most. And secondly, we must ensure the equitable distribution of high-quality teachers and leaders in high-poverty, high-minority schools. Finally, let's learn from success. Create opportunities to recognize successful schools, districts, school leaders, and teachers who are closing achievement gaps, and provide incentives to replicate promising practices. Let me conclude by again thanking you for the opportunity to be here as California's leading organization working to forever close achievement and opportunity gaps pre-K through college. I want you to know how deeply committed the Education Trust West is to partnering with you. Together we can work to ensure the success of African American students in California's schools. And I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, let's I want to thank all panelists for their comments, excellent ideas and suggestions. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a brief. Just a brief. I know we're going to move to the next panel, but
right.
just briefly, it seems that the state is moving in the wrong direction. I understand we have a $20 billion budget deficit, and we've made substantial cuts in education so far. 23,000 layoff notices that was mentioned here. How critical is it is for us to try to reverse this pattern and actually put more money and resources into our schools. And how critical is that to addressing this problem, not just for African American students, but students across the board too, because I don't think we can be too proud of the 46% proficiency overall in mathematics. And obviously, we want to address the 30% proficiency as has been outlined here for African American students. But the question of just the state making a commitment to give more resources, is that a critical element? And if you could briefly, I know we're short of time, but if you could briefly comment on it.
Yes, I think resources are critically important, but I also think some of the other issues are equally as important. How do we distribute our teachers so that the children who need the best teachers are getting the best instruction possible? That isn't money. That's about policy. That's about what we adults determine is in the best interest of children. So I think it's a complicated set of issues. Resources, we're underfunded. Our schools are definitely underfunded. I would be the first to say so, having run a large urban school district. But it's more than that. It's much more than that. It's expectations, and it's giving the children the best teachers we can give them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we go on to our next panel, let me just acknowledge two additional members have joined us. Assemblymember Tom Torkson and Assemblymember Isidore Hall are with us. Thank you. Thank you for this panel. You've certainly provided us with a good overview of the figures, a good overview of the facts and of the figures. Our next panel is going to give us some insight in what educational leadership looks like. And let me bring to the table Dr. Ruth Love, Dr. George McKenna, and Dr. Sylvia Rousseau. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, you may sit either place, wherever it's more convenient. We're going to, if there's no objection, permit Dr. George McKenna to go first. I understand he may have a plane issue. Oh, so do I. I
have a lot of time.
He has lots of time. We all are driven by planes.
We all are, okay, we all are the same, so let me just invite you to keep your remarks. Pardon? Yes, we'll always accept written testimony, but we appreciate the verbal testimony as well.
Sure.
Dr. McKenna, you want to join us up here? The ladies are feeling that you...
We need him up here.
Yes, you're needed up here. All right, Dr. George McKenna, Interim Superintendent, Local District 7, Los Angeles Unified School District.
Thank you, members of the panel. I'm appreciative of the opportunity and to be with my illustrious colleagues and members of the audience. There's a handout that's being passed out to which I will refer briefly. I'm a practitioner. I'm not a researcher. I have been the superintendent in more than one school district. I've been in Inglewood. I've been in Compton. I've been in LA Unified and in Pasadena. I was in Compton when it was in receivership. I'm now in Local District 7 in LA Unified, which is one of the 8 districts. There's 62,000 students, less than 80 of them are white, and 35 of them are in one school. It is predominantly African American and Latino. My experience is what it is, and so I speak as a practitioner from experience. I'm not an expert, but I do have experience. I know that education as a civil right is one of the greatest civil rights that we have not yet attained as people of color. I am the product of segregated schools in New Orleans, Louisiana, And so I was denied opportunities to sit next to many people in school and in churches and restaurants and buses, in movie theaters, etc. And my education was racially isolated for 16 years until I went to graduate school. I did not suffer because of racial isolation. I began to see the suffering when you don't get quality education. And the absence of quality education can exist no matter what the complexion of the teachers and or the students. In the educational civil rights agenda, the Black Educational Civil Rights Agenda that is being distributed to you now and to the members of the panel, I hope it is, I won't go through it in detail, but I'll reference it for your own reading. I suggest that you read it. And I don't mean that insultingly, but it's not just a document as part of a binder. We have to get past studying data and referring to challenging questions. If we're not going to act, then why are we here? And action will be challenging. It will be difficult. It will be resisted. If it were easy, we would have done it. So what we're talking about will be difficult. And this time, the revolution will be televised. The great civil right that has not yet been acquired is the outcome guarantee for our children. And some of the things I might say to you might be a bit radical, but I will not apologize because I have no apology for it. We don't have guaranteed outcomes at any level in public education. We have struggled for the access to public education, so the legislation now allows us to have access. We cannot be denied access, as governors of states did back when I was a child and said, you can't come in here. We can come in. We just can't get out. It's like that song by the Eagles sing by Hotel California. You can drop out any time you like, but you can never, ever leave. You can't leave the community. You can drop out of school, but you can't go anywhere. So you're stuck. And so without legislation, either at the local or federal level, that says the outcomes are guaranteed. And outcomes that I talk about is, even if you don't have the skill level and you hit 18, what are you still able to do other than go to community college and start all over without the skill level? You usually leave. And the legislation should be not only requiring outcomes, but ongoing access. In a more revolutionary way, I'm an advocate of reparations for the harms of slavery. And the only reparation I think that is favorable is, and reasonable, is to give any student, any adult who's the descendant of slaves, as I am, unlimited access to public education. Because that was the one thing we were denied when we were slaves, in order to make us slaves. We could not be educated. We had free food, free law enforcement. It was brutal, but it was free. And free transportation, we got to walk, but the one thing you could not give or get was education if you were a slave. And that's the way you kept a person enslaved. So, what do we do as a practitioner? The most fundamentally powerful thing that a child must have is an effective educator. And so professional development is extremely important. The colleges and universities do what is necessary, but it's not sufficient. And so they send us people to train and retrain. And we're happy to get the best people we can. And I disagree with some of the things I've heard, that the more experienced teachers are better, but not if they're unwilling, not if they're afraid of our children. The experience is unnecessary, is irrelevant. I would rather get a novice who's enthusiastic and I can train them to care about our children enough to educate them. You can't educate who you fear. So what we recommend, and one of the things in our document, the Civil Rights Agenda, is that there should be a central place where surrounding school districts go for professional development. So Inglewood doesn't have to have a separate one from Compton, doesn't have to have a separate one from Linwood or from LA Unified or from Santa Monica. If we know what to do, then we pool our resources into a place. We suggest it be called the Gus Hawkins Center, and put them around the country where we teach, because we revere Augustus Hawkins, where we teach teachers how to teach African-American children. And we teach principals how to run schools where African-American children are predominant. Now, these principals and these teachers don't have to be African-American. That is not a criteria. To teach African-American children, you do not have to be African-American. As a matter of fact, being African-American does not protect you from being an incompetent, incapable, unfeeling teacher. And so who teaches our children, we believe, is more important than what is taught. because without the right educator, well-trained, and ongoing well-trained, you can't just train them in 6 months. The training has to be ongoing. While we are teaching, we are still learning how to be better teachers. The notion of employee evaluations must be met head-on. How do we evaluate effective teachers? Some people say we don't want the outcomes to be measured, not student tests. Well, you can't get rewarded for effort. You have to be rewarded for something that looks like outcome. And so you have to bite a bullet and say, well, how do we measure outcomes? You don't have to take a test, but you can take a series of metrics and say, well, over a period of time, what have your students achieved? And if they haven't, what is the consequence? The consequence doesn't have to be a penalty. It can be more training. And if you refuse to take it, then a penalty should accrue. Because the concept of tenure should not protect incompetence. It should not protect someone's employment accessibility simply because there's a law that says once you pass a 2-year period, which is a, quite frankly, ridiculously low amount of time to measure effective teaching. If you had measured me after my first 2 years of teaching, I would not be a teacher. I'd have gone back to engineering, which I was doing as a NASA engineer. With a master's degree in mathematics. But after my first 2 years, I was not ready to call myself a teacher. I know a teacher when I see one. My mother was a teacher. I knew I was looking at a teacher. Employee evaluations and consequences for unfavorable outcomes are a necessary part of legislation. If we're not willing to do it with legislation, moral obligations are immaterial. I had a discussion a while back with Congressman Jesse Jackson, who said it doesn't have to be a legislation. It could be a moral obligation and a human right as opposed to a civil right. A human right may be questionable because there was a time in this country where my humanity was not considered 100%. I was two-thirds of a human being. You understand? We were not considered 100% human. And so I'm not willing for somebody to define my humanity. I needed to be legislative. The Educational Civil Rights Agenda came from an Educational Civil Rights Committee. I happen to be the co-chair of that committee. It was formed in Los Angeles, and some of the people who have affiliated with that are in this room. We focus on 4 areas. One is practices and policies, which means legislation. As an example, it is not a piece of legislation or policy that the least effective teacher should be assigned to the students with the greatest need, but it's a practice, and it's done regularly. And so we have to look at what legislation must be there. The second is graduation rates, which is not the same as the dropout rate. And the third is male children. And the fourth is support for parents of underachieving children. Not just to teach them about the budget, the Title I budget, but what do you do for the parents of underachieving children? How do you help them, other than tell them that their children are underachieving? What do we reach out to do? Are we waiting for them to come to us? Those 4 focus areas are in the document that you're going to get. And you should read it because they talk about what to do, not lamentations about how bad it is and how woe is us. We already know that. We can sit here all day and talk about how pitiful it is. The question is, what are we going to do about it? I'm sitting next to 2 practitioners here. I'm interested in what they have to say because they come from an experiential background. What to do about the circumstance that you're studying. Because we've been studied enough, sometimes by people that are not us. And I don't know how much more we need of that. We must also, just as an example with the male children, they are the greatest loss to the potential in this society. The African-American male is the greatest potential loss to the resources of society, and possibly the greatest potential danger, too, and a drain on the resources, because we're not educating us. We're not educating us. We're exploiting us. We're in the backfields of every major college football team in America, but we're not the valedictorians of the. We're not even graduates. But we're in, we're athletes and we make money because the coaches make $2-3 million a year, and the players play for free. Okay. With regard to males who are often suspended in schools, we must reduce the punitive nature of responses to African-American student discipline. Example, suspension. I've rewritten the guidelines in my local district that before you suspend a child, you ought to do several things before you suspend, except if it's mandated. The only time we ought to suspend a child, if it's a mandatory criminal offense that they're going to be expelled anyway, or if they're an immediate danger to themselves or others. Why do we suspend? We suspend because they aggravate us. We send a child home for profanity, who goes to a home that uses profanity, comes back with a greater vocabulary, and uses it on us when they come back. And so the suspension was just an adult response to frustration, like corporal punishment. I received corporal punishment. It did not change my behavior. And I received it from Catholic priests who did it in the name of Jesus, but it did not change me. It did not change. It was therapy for them. It was therapy for the SWATer. Having been the SWATee, I know that it does not work. So the looking at what we do to behavior modify children as opposed to punish them must be a part of our daily experience when we teach people how to teach children, and particularly principals. The key position in public education that needs more training than anybody is a principal. You shouldn't just become a principal because you were an assistant principal. That way the Peter principal gets a hold of you, and you rise to your level of incompetence. And so the system doesn't work because you're out of your league. The next thing I want to talk about is curricular offerings. They must be culturally relevant, and they must be timely. It's shameful that there is legislation now that has delayed the adoption of new curricular materials, so now we can spend money, money designed for instruction on other programs. So we can't adopt our newly produced textbooks and materials. We have to hold off on it. We suffer the most from that. We suffer most. I mean, children have to wait 8 years to find out that Barack Obama is no longer the president of the United States. Because their textbooks don't even have him in it. And by the time he's out, now you get a book that says the president is Barack Obama. I think that's ridiculous. So delaying these adoptions for multiple years is something that must be changed. I'm going to give you some other examples of legislation that I think are important. You may not be able to do it, but, revolution is difficult. There's a piece of legislation now that, quite frankly, I'm responsible for it, and it talked about parent release time as employees to visit schools during the workday. It's called Assembly Bill 3782, sponsored by Curtis Tucker, passed in 1990. It was watered down. It says you may visit schools during the workday, but you must take it out of your comp time, vacation time, illness time. You can do that anyway. What we need is a piece of legislation that says parents who work should be allowed to visit the school during the workday. Delane Easton, when she ran for public education, she expanded it to 40 hours per year per child. It's a public law, but it's still a set of recommendations. And the reason that it needs to be a state law, it comes from the same model that I thought about just in my madness, I suppose. We sponsor the business community now through the jury selection system that says you must be released to do jury duty. That is support for the criminal justice system. Why not an equivalent support for the educational justice system? So if you have to leave your job to do jury duty and you get penalized if you don't, you get a fine and a summons and all of that, you should be able to visit schools during the workday. Can you see a school? Can you see a school where parents are there every day walking around? You don't need security guards anymore. I was the principal of a high school where the Crips gang was born in America, and people said we need more security. I put mamas in the hallway. Sylvia Russo worked at the same school. We didn't need more security. We just needed more presence of parents at the school during the workday. Now, yeah, I do too. And Roddy Wright attended that school during the time when the Crips were alive and well, unfortunately. And he survived it, though. The brother survived. Look where he is now. He survived it. Okay? Seniority rules need changing. In local district 7 in LA Unified, because it's the inner city, we have the youngest teachers. So we get rift first, reduction in force, and we lose them faster because they are younger and less seniority. Tenure laws, we need longer time to acquire tenure. I'll also give you one other revolutionary thing. When unions and school districts negotiate over public funds, why isn't the public there? Why aren't the parents whose taxpayers' dollars pay for us what we negotiate about? You've got lawyers on one side and lawyers on the other, but the public is not there. You know what the public gets access to? Commentary at a board meeting after they've already had the document, and they get 3 minutes to comment. You ever thought about why the public is not there? We're not a private industry. We're not an oil company. We're public funded, but the public is never there. Think about it. Drastic change is needed, but it will be hard, sometimes too hard for most. And why change? Well, Paulo Freire says in his Pedagogy of the Oppressed, oppressed people have a tendency to depend upon and defend their own oppression. So change is very difficult. We need action. And as an example of action that is challenging right now, for the first time in the LA Unified School District, a school is being restructured. I'm the superintendent of that school district. It's a high school. There is great resistance at this point. There's graffiti being written on the wall. There are demonstrations. There are people said we will not reapply. And we're not firing anyone. We say reapply for your position with these expectations. Things like give homework and grade it and return it to the child. Do lesson plans. Call when children are absent. Do standards-based instruction. Not just feeling good about what you're doing, but it's not standards-based. And test for mastery and things of that nature. There's a great resistance to it. As an example, in this high school in Los Angeles, I'll tell you the name of it, Fremont High School, has 4,500 students. 2,000 students enter every ninth grade year. 400 graduate 4 years later. And folks say, that's okay. That's okay. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. We are doing fine. They even have children saying, we're doing fine. Oppressed people have a tendency to depend upon and defend their own oppression. And finally, I'll say this to you. It may not be something we want to talk about. Even when Bill Cosby writes a book about, come on, people, and he tries to expose things, people say, you shouldn't say that. But the harms of slavery are still existent. Slavery is not the same as racial isolation. I was racially isolated, but I didn't feel like a slave because I didn't have any white classmates. One of your learned presenters later, Dr. Shirley Thorne, we shared the same elementary school in New Orleans, Louisiana, a little segregated school. We were proud of that school, run by an African-American female principal. We didn't feel oppressed. The harms of slavery are still evident. But some of us, and here's where somebody asked the question, why do you think this is? Some of us within the African-American community are still willing to run away. And when they go someplace else, they're not necessarily running to, they're running from. Mm-hmm. When they ran away from the inner city of Washington High School to go to the Valley on the Permits with Transportation program, they didn't necessarily think they were going to get a better education. They didn't know. They just knew they had to run away from someplace. And what we have to do is convince that it's okay to stay home, that you can build a beautiful community right where you are without running away and being seduced to go someplace else so people can have a job on the backs of our children and not have to enter our community. That's why charters are available. That's why alternatives have sprung up. The charter school movement is an alternative, and people run to it because they're running from something. Very few people are running to the charter because they love the charter. The charters just started. They haven't even existed, but they're running from something. So they know what they are fearful of as opposed to what they're going to. And also, there are some teachers who prefer not to teach us and are required to teach us because it's an employment opportunity. And that's sad. I'll close with this. These conditions in which we find ourselves that we discuss are neither accidental or incidental, and they're probably non-malicious. Malice is not required for good people to oppress themselves and other people. The people who rode in the front of the segregated bus when I got on in the back, they were nice people. They spoke to us every morning, but they knew we were going to the back. And they were comfortable in the front. And until we decided that we would not ride, I cannot overcome. The pronoun is a collective we. But this concept that allows these conditions to exist are surely misguided and devoid of vision. Now, the fundamental question is, are we becoming irrelevant in the African American community? Who discusses us? We discuss it in these hearings. We've had hearings before, and you'll have them again. And if you don't do something about it in the meantime, we're just conversing with each other. It's just conversation. Are we irrelevant? Are we disposable? Are we replaceable with imports from other parts of the world that can do what we won't do and can't do, and then blame us for the condition that we're in? Instead of us being treated with an ignominious indifference, we must adopt an irrepressible enthusiasm for attacking this problem. In the document that you have called the Educational Civil Rights Agenda, the Black Educational Civil Rights Agenda, the most difficult part of that will probably be the part about parental support. Because what we know from 8 to 3 is one thing, but from 3 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next morning, the kids are often neutralized by what goes on in the home or does not go on and in the community. And so along with instructional focus. We must also have this other piece that says, how do we help the parents of the children? And the older they get, the more challenging it is. But it is not impossible. And as long as we believe it is not impossible, we can make a difference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. McKenna, for your words of wisdom and caution, and for the Black Educational Civil Rights Agenda. It certainly does provide us with a framework, I think, for some discussion and for some action, and we do appreciate it. Next up, Dr. Sylvia Rousseau.
Oh, you're making me laugh. What is this?
It's a choice of the chair. Dr. Sylvia Rousseau, clinical professor of education, USC, and a former neighbor.
From Los Angeles. Is that what it is?
All right.
I'm not used to this.
More love for Dr. Love. Hold on, Dr. Love.
You okay?
Dr. Rousseau.
Good afternoon. I am pleased to be here, and I'm just really hoping that the time we spend here today will result in action, and that we will have a clear understanding about what the action needs to be. So I want to start by saying this, that actually America's schools are doing fine with what they were created to do. There is a intrinsic flaw in the model of schooling, and that model of schooling has been at the exclusion of African American children since their inception. So as Dr. McKenna talked about slavery, outlawing teaching slaves to read and write, to the separate but equal, to the Brown decision and having to call out the National Guard to protect children to go to school, to the angry mobs in Boston opposing busing, to whole school districts shutting down to avoid. The model of schooling in America is at the exclusion or the severe limitation of access to African American children. So I'm opposed to any one more program. I am opposed to programs that are designed with one model or view of who the African American child is. It is a deficit view. It is a view that they're incapable, they are unentitled, and that they're a liability. And this view, every time there's a gain in our children and we have some forward momentum, layers and layers are in the system of education to pull back any of equal or equitable access for our children. So I think our time, someone asked the question, is it more money? Yes, it is more money. But my concern is much more about how the money has been spent. That has already, billions of dollars are spent on remediation. America is addicted to remediation for African American children, and it comes from a mindset that they are not capable of getting it right the first time. So we have to remediate, and it has never fulfilled its promise to give them equitable, reasonable, and dignified and respectful access to education that's equitable. So that's what we're dealing with. And I think we have to avoid, and I encourage you legislators, don't get sucked in to more remediation and more programs. It's simply a bandage that America has to keep from reforming and transforming its model of education. An example of that, when the nation had a will, or at least enough of the nation had a will, following the Brown decision, if you look at the data in the 1970s, we see dramatic increases in the performance of African American children. But quickly, systems and structures went into place to stop that progress. And so you will see a vast difference between the gains on NAEP scores in the 70s and almost minimal since 2004, hardly any progress on the part of our children. So I resist the term the achievement gap, because it continues to put the label on the children who are the victims of an equity gap and an opportunity gap. And we have to watch throwing those terms around because, again, our children are the ones who bear the label, and those who are responsible for what's happening with our children continue to move on. So I wanted to just say, in this model that America has, there are things that every child is entitled to, and they accrue to white middle-class children and not to African. They're taken as the norm, but when it comes to African-American children, they're non-existent. So I'll give you a few examples. A suit had to be filed in the state of California as recently as and implemented in 2005 to get equitable facilities for children that, in schools that are predominated by, they were so deplorable. Ceiling tiles falling, inadequate restrooms, rodent and roach infested, safety. The Williams case had to come forward to just even begin to say that legally children in schools that are predominantly African American were entitled to good conditions. So I'm asking the legislator, that's the kind of thing, if we look at the ways the systems are embedded, we won't be looking for quick fix programs. I'm insulted that people are scrambling to raise the score. Our African American children have become a score, not a full human being entitled to all the rights that our educational system. So they are simply a score. Can we get their scores up? And so that's the mentality that we have. But let me just say this, and I think this is important for people to hear, so I'm going to ask you to bear with me, and I'm going to do this briefly. But we take for granted in suburban schools that those children go to school every day in plant facilities that are clean, well-maintained, and well-equipped. We take it for granted. And yet they are denied African-American children, but we're asking them to score at the same level that their counterparts. And good research, there's nothing wrong with research if we pay attention to it. Just one thing. How do children feel when they go to a school that is run down, dirty, and ill-maintained? It says, this is what I think about you. And so we don't even have to have the researchers, but I'll cite you one thing the researcher said. It said positive emotions that speak well of you and the condition you surround. They broaden the scope of attention, cognition, and widening the precepts and thought and actions that an individual. And yet African American children have been denied that from day one. The next item that I think is really important, if we're going to look at structures and systems and policies, is that our African American children are asked to come to school and give up their identities and the assets that they bring. A little competition there, but I'm going to push on.
Yeah, could we please turn the phones off? It's very disruptive. Okay, well, let's take the phone out then.
Cut it off.
Thank you.
Sorry, Doctor.
Again, this deficit view. I mean, we just sit for hours and hear all the deficits that African American. We need a new model of schooling that recognizes the assets our children. They're rich in a culture, they're rich in language, and they're rich in intellectual capital. But they're asked to come to school every day and trade that identity for a school model that portrays them as unintelligent, socially inappropriate, and lacking in culture. We need dramatic curriculum reform. If we'll go back to a few years ago, Dr. Joyce King fought about, I'm not so worried, I believe that you ought to get new textbooks. I believe in that. I'm more worried about what's in the textbooks. So I'm worried about textbooks that continue to reflect, distort and misreport our history, that make our children feel as if they're either invisible or they are a problem. And so I'm asking, this is something the legislature do. We need systems that are much more alert about the content of the textbooks that get into our children's hands every day and portray them in ways that are negative and portray them. There's a culture in our schools that portrays and asks African American children to adopt an anti-scholarly identity. Every day, the halls are filled, images that are filled in the halls, the textbooks that they have, teachers and the attitudes that they have about them. And so that I'm giving practical things. Be vigilant about maintaining facilities in our schools. You have the legislation in your hands, but somebody's got to monitor because we've had legislation before. Being more vigilant about what's in textbooks and in the curriculum that our children are exposed to every day. And our children come with rich language, too. So, you know, I feel that African American children, there's a lot of research, and we need to pay attention to research. That children who come to school, whose first language is honored, is a building block for them to access the curriculum in any other language. And we have sitting in our audience today Dr. Noma Lemoyne, who has done outstanding work showing that children come with a rich language. Our children are made to feel that the language they bring, somebody has to take it out of them and deprive them of it, rather than build cognitive structures, ways of knowing who they are, who they've been loved by, all are encoded in that language. And yet we have language support for every other language except African American children. We need systemic, structured ways of transitioning, helping our children preserve and not have to get rid of the most important tool they come to school with is their language. And they're told over and over again, you have to get rid of it. Therefore, they have nothing to build new knowledge on. We need a systemic, structured way of honoring the language children have and transitioning them into academic standard English. If you will look at the difference between the scores when they report them as English only, between white English only, who speak standard and English, and English only, who are African American, the disparities are huge. But there has been nothing deliberate. And people got all upset, and I know I'm got to upset people when we talk about people in Oakland. We're trying to do something, but they weren't advocating that that the children only speak Ebonics or African American. They were saying they need support in that language so that they can become proficient. They cannot access the curriculum until they have this efficient. So we've got funds going everywhere for every other child who speaks a language or some variant of standard English. Our African American children are told to perform at the same levels without that support. I have two more things, and I'm going to try to hurry. The new form of resegregation is special education, and it's abominable. The means by which children are identified, and the highest percentage of our children are labeled early in their schooling as emotionally disturbed, with learning disability. There are 2.41 times to be identified with mental retardation as their white counterparts, with learning disabilities, and with emotional behavioral disorders. This has a lot to do with culture. People talk about children coming with, this is a technical term, with a zone of proximal development, where children are able to do something on their own, and the teacher is present to lead them to what they could not do on their own. People don't even recognize our kids' readiness and their zones of proximal development because the cultural way that they express it is not admissible in our schools. So there has to be a deliberate attempt to ensure that when we talk about qualified teachers, teachers, we're not just talking about degrees they have. We're not just talking about experience. Gloria Ladson-Billing told us easily what some of these need to be people who appreciate and value and respect the culture children bring, who are respectful and acknowledge the journey that they make between the language they bring and what the school requires of them. So these are things that, and in the credentialing, this is something the legislature can do. We need to look more closely at how people credential. There are some states that have advocated you do not move from a probational to a clear credential to a full credential until you demonstrate over 3 years success with the populations of students that you have. So I'm putting things before the state and the legislature that are very practical and that need to be done. Our children are put into special education. We've created a mill for special education, overrepresentation, overpopulated, and we don't have adequate teachers to teach them. So what you have is that students will start as early as elementary school in special education. Most of the teachers they have are teachers who many times could not get fully credentialed in a clear credential, so they're now allowed to go get an emergency credential in special education. I even saw a company that was advertising, we'll train you if you got Rift, and we'll train you, and you don't even have to go through student teaching. But our children are subject to, so instead of special education helping our children, they are deprived. They have a watered-down curriculum, inadequate teachers, and when they amass and come from elementary school to middle school, they all land in the high school, and we're talking about high school statistics. There are as many as 18% of the student population in our high schools that are special education, and the predominance of them are African American. So if we want to get schools out of program improvement, we're never going to do that. So monitoring the teachers that students have in special education, the process, the RTI is getting away from the old ways we identify. We need vigilance. And then I will make a couple of just very final comments about some things that schools are doing. We need to partner with universities. Universities have to be evaluated. Somebody needs to track the performance of teachers coming out of specific teacher preparation programs. Are those teachers being successful? Some states have united and districts with universities to say we're going to produce a certain number of teachers, highly qualified, monitor them and work with them, and ensure that they go into the schools that need them. We need to look at the policies about, we always say that we have a lot more money through Title I. The hidden money is schools in suburban areas already start off with far more money than urban schools because it's put in teacher salaries. And the teacher salaries, districts report them as average, but when you look at it, the amount of money that goes in these schools, and yet teachers, the research shows us, teachers are the single most important factor in a child's progress. A child with 3 successive years of an effective teacher versus a child with 3 successive years of an ineffective teacher can produce as much as a 50 percentile difference in their performance. And we need to look at how teachers are hired and how they're allowed to transfer and our investment. So I have a lot more to say, but I want to be considerate of the people who are here. My final comments are, we have to stop looking for quick fixes. What I've tried to outline here are the systems that continue to shut our children out. When we said we needed A through G requirements, people upped it and said, oh, you have to be competitively eligible, you have to have a certain number of AP courses. Now the SAT, when our children were catching up with that, it now requires an SAT 1 and an SAT 2 and an SAT. So the systems just keep coming in and closing, and they adjust to disadvantage the African American child. I hope we will have more dialogue and looking at this in a more systemic, scientific way of how in the hidden curriculum is denying our children equal access.
Thank you, Dr. Brassell.
Very good. Very good.
And last on this panel, but certainly not least, is the Dr. Ruth Love, Professor of Education, UC Berkeley.
Thank you, Senator Price and members of the committee. I'm delighted to appear before you, and I applaud you for sponsoring this hearing because there's nothing more important than providing a good education for children. You don't get a second chance at childhood. So what we do in education is singularly important. I speak to you also as a practitioner. I am the former superintendent of schools in Oakland and in Chicago. So I've earned my stripes, as they say. I want to talk about some of the reasons, some of the factors that contribute to the underachievement of African American students. Surely it's not intellect, but there has grown up in this country a belief system about the intellectual ability of African American students. And throughout this country, no matter which state you're in, there is a disbelief in the range of intellectual ability of African American students. People really do feel they do not have the ability that's fundamental in most schools, and I visit schools all over this country. And it's really shocking to see how it's coded. Well, you can't expect that much from these children. Well, we're doing the best we can with these children. What that really translates into is they don't have the ability to do it. And we know from research that there's the same range of intellectual ability regardless of color, regardless of economic background. And so to change that belief system is going to take a lot of effort on our part. And that's why having leaders in schools that understand the intellectual potential of students is so vitally important. In Chicago, for example, when I went there, 500 schools in that district, a $2 billion budget, and yet if you go in special ed, 78% of the students were African American, and the others were Latino in the school. So we just decided we're going to restructure this. We're going to reevaluate who's there and set up a new system for screening students for special education. Because as you indicated here, both George and his colleague, that they get the worst teachers sometimes in special education. In addition to being misplaced in there, they get a poor education once they're there. Right. So we rescreened them. And would you believe one professor from Stanford University flew to Chicago to challenge me on trying to take the students out of special education because she was earning money getting them placed in there. She developed a whole system for getting the students placed in there. Well, of course, we ignored her. And we were able to transition most of them out of the special education. I mention that only because when students are in special education, they begin to think they have limited ability. Their parents many times argued with us about transferring them out because they thought because the classes were small, they were getting a better education. So we had a lot of work to do to transition them out and to provide the support. I just mentioned that as an example because the belief system is very important. The other very damning thing to African American students is the low expectation of teachers on the part of students. If you don't expect students to achieve, they won't achieve. And that's translated to them to mean, well, maybe I can't do that work, and maybe I can't perform very well. That creates the kind of environment that causes them to underperform all the way through school. And I believe nobody rises to low expectations. Nobody. You really need high expectations, high standards if the students are going to achieve. And once you inculcate students with the belief that they can do it, they can do it. And if they have good teachers. So the third thing that I want to mention is how vitally important it is to have competent and caring teachers, whether they are new teachers or experienced teachers. If they have the competencies to teach, and they want to teach in it, and they feel comfortable in it, they respect the students' culture and their identity and their heritage, and if they understand the curriculum, if they know what they're teaching, the curriculum has to be culturally relevant, and they have to be culturally proficient teachers. We cannot afford to have teachers in schools who just want to do a little job, want to do the minimum. We want teachers who who can do the maximum, who can motivate students, who can have a zero tolerance for certain kinds of activities, and let the students know that they are important and they have ability. If that doesn't occur, students are going to forever remain in the lower track, and they begin to track them in elementary school by the bluebirds and the robins and that sort of thing, and that's translated into the lower tracks once they get to high school. So we can't afford to do that. We really have to have highly competent teachers who choose to teach in those schools, not teachers who just get assigned there. And that's where leadership comes in. If you have a superintendent who believes that students have the right to a good education, all students have a right to a good education. Not every superintendent believes that, I'm sorry to say. But if they believe it and they act on it, they can set the vision and the tone for what happens in that district. And they can ensure that every school in the district gets a good principal. A principal who's forceful, who's an instructional leader, who will treat children fairly, who will set a climate that children can succeed in schools. One of the most important things we learned from the late Ron Edmonds, this old research but it's still valid, is that if you have a climate where the students feel they are welcome in that school, it's a safe place, it's a place that stimulates them, it's a place that expects them to learn, then you'll get good academic achievement. And it starts early. We know that you can identify psychological dropouts as early as the 3rd grade. Kids that have turned off the system, they are just doing seat time. And when they're able, they will leave the school. But they are psychological dropouts all the way through. We cannot afford that. Too many of the African-American students are really psychological dropouts. And you can see it in classrooms. You can notice it. If you know child growth and behavior, you can notice those kids as you walk in the classrooms. They aren't learning anything. They aren't even interested. And the students and the teachers don't care whether they learn because they feel they are behavior problems and what have you. So if a climate is set where the students are going to be treated fairly, where they will be not suspended as rapidly as they do today, particularly African-American boys are suspended at such a rapid rate. I'm doing a consultancy in a major district, and I can't begin to tell you how devastating it is to see the rapidity with which African-American boys are suspended for the smallest kind of infraction. It's like a fear factor. Like, these are little 6th grade kids, and they're acting as though they're hardened criminals. And this goes on in the district. So trying to redirect that and rechange is not an easy task. You know, it's very difficult because it means changing the policies, changing the rules, and we could use some legislative help in that area. How students are suspended, and how long, and for what reasons. One child can break a rule, and they call the parents. That another child can break the rule, and they are suspended. So there's no equity in the way that happens in the school districts. And that's not fair, and it's not just. And we need a social justice agenda for education in this country. We also need to have a climate in the school where students will be exposed to the best curriculum. It's one thing to have access to the school, but it's another to have an equitable opportunity to learn and be sure that they are recognized and called upon and taught in a way that will show that they will learn what is being taught. AP courses, that's really something that a lot of school districts just talk about. But if you look at who's represented in the AP courses and who's represented in the special ed courses, it will tell you what kind of leadership you have in that school district and what kind of leadership you have in the school itself. So we need some legislation that talks about equity, not equal opportunity, equity in the way in which students are assigned to AP courses and to special education. I would urge you to consider that. Back to the superintendent again. Having the kind of curriculum in the school that's meaningful to the students is singularly important. It's not just the textbook. It's also how the teacher presents the information in the textbook. I can tell you the textbooks are imbalanced. From a history perspective, African Americans may not exist. Maybe Martin Luther King and sometimes George Washington Carver, but that's it. You really don't know that African Americans helped build this country. And so a superintendent can insist that if the textbooks don't have it, there are other books that do, and bring them into the school. And this can be a source of legislation, and I would really like to help you write that. Then I go on to a couple of other areas. Charter schools. Now, we hear a lot of talk about charter schools as if they are the savior for public schools. I think the jury is still out on charter schools. But if they are so good, let's have every school become a charter school. If they're that good, why don't we have all the schools charter schools and not create a two-tier system where only the students whose parents advocate for them go to the charter schools? That's not at all fair, because many parents don't have the opportunity, don't feel secure about advocating for their students to go to the charter school, and they're not welcome when they get there, so they can send them back. You know, you can educate anybody well if you can exclude. If you can exclude the students, you can do very well with everybody. We know that. We understand that historically. So I think we have to look at what charter schools present. It's a good alternative. But let's make it an alternative for everybody. And let's see that we have the systems in place where charter schools can't just exclude people because they don't happen to like them, because of the color of their skin or the language that they speak and that sort of thing. It's really important. It's also important for us to realize that there's no panacea. There's no easy way. The teacher is the most important factor in the classroom, whether it's a charter school or a regular school. And so if we have good teachers who really know what they're doing, who really want to be there, who's motivated to be there, and who have some skills, then I think our students will be on their way. We know that a number of students succeed in spite of what happens in schools. I mean, you can see any number of students who go on and do very well in spite of the school, in spite of the system. That's taking a big chance on the children. So we need to have a system that guarantees that every child is exposed to a good teacher. And I certainly agree with Dr. Russo that if a student has 3 years of a good teacher, that is a phenomenal road to success. It's a phenomenal road to success. And that's not asking too much. You know, an ineffective teacher gets paid the same as an effective teacher. So therefore, let's have some criteria. We also need to look at how teachers are evaluated and assessed. Sometimes principals get a little reluctant to evaluate teachers objectively because of the union. Well, in my experience, if that's the kind of principal you have, you don't have much of a leader. If they're going to be that intimidated and not hold teachers accountable, because the most important thing is to help teachers grow, to provide professional development, to do all the things you should do to make it possible for them to teach. But if they don't make it, they shouldn't be there. You know, they shouldn't be in the school, because 1 year of a negative teacher can really damage a child's entire education career. Finally, let me say a couple of things about why leadership is so important. I spend my time now preparing urban superintendents at Berkeley. Sometimes I think I'm preparing Berkeley. but it's important to prepare people to be superintendents. When I became a superintendent, there was no training to be a superintendent. You just sort of got there by politics and osmosis. But it's too important a job not to have some preparation. And we're trying to educate the superintendents that come out of our institution to be reform-oriented and to be cognizant of the problems and the issues that plague school systems. Being a superintendent is a very heady job. I don't know any CEO of a major corporation who has as many constituents as a superintendent. You know, you have to relate to everybody. But it's a doable job. You also have enormous power, and you can make decisions that make a difference. Every decision you make affects thousands of children. So it's important to be trained to have the highest standards, to know how to select people, and to be tough enough to hold people accountable for what they do. I thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you. I certainly hope that we are able to strategize on some of the things that need to be done in the future. I wouldn't want this just to be another hearing, and I'm sure it won't be.
Well, thank you. It's not just another hearing. Thank you for your comments, Dr. Love, Dr. Rousseau, Dr. McKenna. You've given us some very actionable items, I think, and some areas that we can move forward on. We've been joined by Senator Wright, from Los Angeles. Senator, thank you for joining us. And let me ask our members, are there any questions? Any questions of our panel? Mr. Davis?
First, I want to say that this certainly was the meat and the core of this hearing, and I feel like I've been to church in hearing the testimony of each and every one of you. Superintendent McKenna has done a lot of work at that level, but I remember him best for his work as principal at Washington High School and turning it around and really changing the culture of that institution there. And for me, in my memory, that was some of his best work in relation to all of the other great things that he has done. Dr. Russo, I really enjoyed your presentation as well. You talked about collaborations and partnerships and helping to, I guess in many ways, to change the culture in our schools today, partnering with universities. And I think nonprofit organizations, you mentioned the Tom and Ethel Bradley.
In the document I gave.
Exactly. And I don't know if what you're doing at USC has been duplicated outside of the community that you have collaborated with, but can you give us any further remarks in terms of the impact that collaboration has had?
Right. It's called the Greater Crenshaw Educational Partnership, and it's a partnership with the Los Angeles Urban League, Tom and Ethel Bradley Foundation, and USC, working with schools in the Crenshaw area. And the reproductive nature of schools is that they keep creating the conditions in the community. As we fail to educate children, then they affect the community. So you have to look at it holistically. So part of that through the Urban League is that they're looking at school safety. They've partnered with many community organizations as well as the LAPD to have a proactive and positive way of creating safety for children. We just don't know how children are affected by the negativity that they encounter before they even get to the classroom. And it isn't their creating. But they also are paying attention to health and housing and economic conditions. So as a collaborative, unified way of seeing how schools impact those conditions, but vice versa, those conditions impact schools. And so it's this, it is a way, we're not going to see our way out of this if schools alone are trying to do this. I mean, truly, the whole adage of it takes a village has to come to play.
Thank you for that. And Dr. Love, one of the concerns I've had is that we have schools that have 4 academic points, and that is all they have. We have other schools in certain areas of our state that have 5 academic points. And then when our children go to college, they are competing against those who are in the inner city, against individuals who have potential on its face to have more quality points for admission than they have. And so what can we do about that whole reality as we think about the fact that the University of California system in my district, Rod went to school at Washington, which is one of the schools that I represent. We have 2 others, Fauché and Manual Arts. None of those schools have produced University of California students. And yet when we talk to the University of California, they tell us that the students don't have the numbers. What do we do from the very beginning about the fact that in these urban areas, you can only have 4 quality points to start with? You don't have a chance.
Well, there has to be work on, I really appreciate what you're saying.
Yes.
I'm always on the case of the university system, believe me.
Yes.
Because the system is sort of designed to exclude rather than include.
Yes.
I keep telling you, anybody can exclude.
Yes.
So they love to exclude.
Yes.
But I think also the public school system has to start at the beginning when kids start to school to get them ready for going to college and university. And you can have 5 points. You don't have to have 4. And if you know that you want students to go to the University of California system, they have good schools all over the country. You can start early and then have the 5 points at the school. But you have to convince the superintendent and the school board that that's the way it should be if you want the students to go, because they will not let them in without it.
Sure.
But it's unfair to the students because it's an inequity. And there's a lot of inequity, a lot of little things like that that keep students out. I mean, every year I go to monitor who's admitted to UC Berkeley, because it's the flagship.
Yes, ma'am.
And and I see 1% African American. So this last time I decided to have a one-woman protest. I mean, I went to the chancellor's office. I said, this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. They don't meet the qualifications, so I stacked it. I just got all kinds of people to apply that did meet the qualifications. They had to let them in. But now, you shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that in order to get into the system. But it also, most professors don't want to speak out. Well, I don't care about it, so I just tell them what should be done. And for our doctorate program, I just personally recruit, because we feel you don't have to recruit. Everybody wants to come to Berkeley. I said, not everybody. Not everybody wants to come to Berkeley. So I recruit, and the dean told me it's the highest number of African Americans ever graduated with doctorates from Berkeley last year. Can you imagine? They usually have one.
Yes.
It's so inequitable, and you're constantly fighting the battle. Of course, it's easier than being superintendent.
Right. Well, one thing I also wanted you to know, Dr. Love, I do have a bill that it establishes a Civil Rights Commission to look at curricula in terms of our K through 12 schools, looking for diversity in the books that we get, not only slavery and what it means to African Americans, but the genocide and what it means to Armenian, the Holocaust and what it means to Jewish Americans. So I don't know if, in fact, you all might be capable of assisting us. It's on suspense now, but we feel that if we can have this kind of curricula with instruction and books and materials that is diverse, because the majority of the population in California is diverse, we believe that that kind of education from K through 12 will result in a human being at the University of San Diego who will not play party to the kind of incidences that we have witnessed.
Well, that's certainly a very important piece of legislation, and I'm sure we would be happy to work with you on it.
Yes.
We've spent our whole lives trying to get the books.
Yeah. I just think it's important to know that African American students' images of themselves are carefully crafted through the materials and the curriculum that they have. And we blame them for not having a scholarly mentality, but everything around them is anti-scholarly in terms of the image that's created.
I agree with you on that 1,000%.
But textbook industry is a major industry in this country. So if you can change the textbook, if you can have legislation that can change the content of textbooks, you are affecting billion-dollar industry. And they will change it because they want the money.
Right. I'll be in contact with you, Mr. Chairman, and see if we can get their contact information.
I'd like to make a final comment. I know we got to get out of here. It's an interesting concept that you use the term, we not here, but the term is used, a failing school. It's an oxymoron. If a school is failing, it's not a school. It's just a building. It might be an entertainment center, might be an evacuation center, might be a containment center, might be a food center where you feed people, but it stops being a school when it starts to fail. And the interesting part about what you talked about, Rod going to Washington, Rod, I'm sorry, you used to call Rod, Senator. By 1986, I was principal there, and I received a letter from UC Berkeley that said Washington High had the largest population of African-American students enrolled than any public school in the nation. They had 15, all at one time. That was remarkable. I didn't send them to UC Berkeley. I sent them all over the country. But they didn't all get out of UC Berkeley. And one of them was the nephew of Margaret Thomas, whose nephew was there at the time. And the notion that schools can be allowed to fail and then celebrated a few when they work. I mean, Sylvia Russo was an assistant principal at Washington Prep.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Well, she's there too. A lot of other people. It's not a one-man show, but a movie was made. The movie's made for the wrong reason. I like the fact that they made it because it gave us some attention, but the movie doesn't need to be made because the school works. That suggests it's so unusual and surprising that you better record it because it might go away. The media only pays attention to unexpected events like tsunamis and airplane crashes and stuff like that. They don't show you pictures of airplanes landing safely every day on the news. And so if a school that works is unusual, we're in the wrong business. We should be outraged when it didn't. But in the absence of outrage, we believe that that's the best it can be. And so it becomes a circumstance that we can't do anything about, as opposed to a problem to be solved. But people like this know something's wrong with that. But a lot of people don't know that. They just buy into it, and they buy into their own malaise, their own mediocrity, and pass it off. There was a time when we even giving awards in what we call comparison bands of underachieving schools. And a school in a low band made a higher mark than another band and got an award for being the best of the pitiful. And put the plaque on the wall and celebrated, I am an achieving, I'm better than, and we called out another underachieving school. It's sad how we get caught up in it ourselves. And we went to college, supposed to be educated, and we fall into that foolishness. The revolution has to be, you have to be part of it, and we hope that you do more than just, listen to us.
Doctor, I wanted to ask you, do you think that there is a need for, not that I'm litigious, but do you think there's a need for a lawsuit to call attention to school systems in terms of improving the academic or the need for resources? And before you answer, let me say this. I look historically at African American growth and development in this country. We didn't get access to education from legislatures and school boards. We got it from the Supreme Court. Right. And so when we look at the fact of where academics is for African American students is why I asked the question, and I'll let you answer.
If we don't protest, you get what you're given. I mean, there's a group of people in this country that still believe we have a place, and it's not at the top. And when one of us got to the top, some people think he's an alien. He doesn't belong there. Something's wrong with this whole paradigm of who's supposed to be in charge. And he didn't get there because he's African American. He got there because he did it right, and he was smart enough to be there. Now, if he doesn't do right, I'm on him too. But the bottom line is that we do need to litigate at some point. Now, who wants to litigate with us?
I think so, because Dr. Russo in her thesis brings one very important factor, and that is the African American student comes to the education system with a language that is compatible. And so it is alarming that we have revealed the facts that after so many years in a unified school district like Los Angeles, that they are at the very bottom.
It's assumed that language is the most powerful tool children have for learning. And it's normal for children who are in suburban and speak. And yet we don't acknowledge that same need for African American children. They're seen as the exception. And if language is important for other children, the language they bring, then the language that our children bring is important.
Every culture has an informal and a formal language.
Yes.
And African American language is the only language that's not accepted as an informal language. I mean, everybody else. Go to the Appalachia. They speak their own dialect, and that's considered fine and accepted. Then we have to stand up for the fact that we all speak our informal language at home when we talk to people. And we also know how to speak English when it's time to speak standard English. So it's important to know that it's a valuable thing to have an informal language. That defines who you are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any, Senator Wright?
I was going to... A couple of things that you mentioned, and if I leave, it's just I got two things I'm supposed to do, and I'm running late. It would probably be instructive for us if, all of you described teachers and credentialing. It would probably be instructive because on this end we write statutes,
yes,
and we don't write procedures. So I'm always sensitive to when we put something in statute because it becomes kind of rigid. But if there were a way that we looked at changing the statutory process of getting a credential, that might be something to look at. Because see, some of the things that you described, I don't know how I statutorily make someone care. If you and I'm not sure. Clearly, I think of a Carrie Haynes at Grape Street School, yes, who obviously did great work at a school in Watts, but I don't know how I could write a statute to create Carrie Haynes. That's something that came from Carrie Haynes. But if there is a way that we modified the statute for getting a credential. I mean, if we elongate the time, I mean, if we did, the same would be true if we simply talked about the process of becoming permanent. Again, that's something that we can affect.
Absolutely. And there's been a movement called the value-added movement, where they are now holding teachers accountable. They factor in all the things teachers say, well, I can't help that. The mama didn't do that. The dad didn't do that. They factor in all of that and still say there's a level of progress that you should have with students in a given year over a 3-year period of time. Much of that can be tied to whether people advance. We just automatically, you serve your time and you get tenure. But we need to tie more of that to performance so that you do not move from your probationary to your clear to whatever other levels of credentialing. That is a place to think about starting and to start our conversations.
Maybe the three of us could think about what specifically we could recommend to you.
And that would be the question that I have is, again, see, I'm not at all an I went to Washington, but my background, as many people here know, is much more in utilities and physical science. So I come from that side. But if there were a way to say, these are the procedures, and they're not locked in so closely because it's also individuals. One of the other things I know in talking to teachers, for example, I'm working on a bill, for example, that says that the foster care system should recognize schooling and placement. I've got kids who attend 4 different school districts in a single year. Well, if you're the teacher who ended up with Johnny for the last 6 weeks of his school year, and then I test Johnny, and then I charge you with the fact that Johnny didn't succeed,
you factor in those things.
As long as you're able to do that, because one of the other things that I'm able to do, having done this as a study, again, and I look, if you give me the percentage of students in the school who qualify for Title I funding, I can predict to a certainty where that school's going to fall on the API score, and I'm going to be right in the 95th percentile of the time. If you just tell me what percentage of those kids have a Title I, so if you're doing 90% free lunches, I can pretty well tell you where you're going to be on API scores. So again, and then when I go in and I look at those children who qualify for Title I, I'm going to have kids who are, like I said, they're in 4 or 5 school districts in a year. They're in foster care. They're in alternate home placements. I got kids at Jordan High School who spend 3 months out of the year in juvenile hall, and then when they come back, the curriculum that was at juvenile hall wasn't consistent with the curriculum that they had at Jordan, so that when they come back, there's a different element that we have to contend with.
Talk about some of those things.
No, I'm just saying. You all have been there, because I'm not exaggerating. Because if you go to Eastlake, the kids in Eastlake look just like the kids who are in Jordan, so it's not a stretch.
You can build transition re-entry programs so those kids aren't thrown in.
That one, and one of the other problems that I had, and again, I'm sorry to run in and run, but one of the problems that I had that seems so simple to me, for particularly in elementary school kids, the Medi-Cal system will only provide a child 1 pair of glasses a year. So I had children with whom we did a back-to-school program. Dr. McKinney, you may know the program that the Brotherhood Crusade does at Exposition Park. I started that many years ago. One of the things that we discovered was if a child broke his glasses in August, he wasn't necessarily due another pair of glasses until January. So he would go to school from August to January with no glasses. So we got lens crafters to just provide glasses so that he could get a replacement pair to see, because if he can't see, it's a pretty good bet he ain't going to do very well in school. So some of those, when I begin to look, if I say, well, Title I kids, I'm going to have a low API score. If I've got a high percentage of foster kids, I'm going to have issues with that child. The other thing that became a concern to me is that when I went to Washington, I tell people all the time, I was a drafting major. I had a job that was set for me at Fleur Daniel because the drafting program in Washington was tied to Fleur Daniel, and all the people who are in my drafting program make a whole lot more money than I do today. We have also moved away from teaching kids career tech, vocational kinds of things. I mean, I think it's abominable that a school district spent $10 billion rebuilding schools and brought people from the San Gabriel Valley and drove them by unemployed people in the neighborhood to dig ditches and build schools, and in many cases paid them as much as $40 and $50 an hour to do that work. Some of those kids in that neighborhood, and we're talking about a 10 or 15-year process. So some of those kids could have almost retired on the school bond money if they'd have learned how to do construction when they left. And I recognize we don't want to do tracking ad nauseum, but there are a whole lot of people. I mean, we, even in our master plan, we ain't going to send but 10 or 15% of the kids. Maybe we'll get up to, let's say that community college all in, we do 35 to 40. By definition, the majority of the kids are not going to go to college. What do we do with the majority of those young people who we now almost cast aside? Their college becomes the prison. And it becomes the next set of Jim Crow. The sister from Stanford wrote a book about the new Jim Crow. It's called prison. I take you to prison, you can't vote. You have a whole battery of rights that are taken away from you. So credentialing, we should talk about that, because if there's a way to do that as a statute, I'd be interested, and I'm sure some of my colleagues would be interested. If we can reinforce how we do the measurement, so that what I'm afraid of happening is that no teacher would want to go to a school where if she looks at the Title I scores and she goes, my pay will be less if I'm here because the disproportionate number of Title I kids means that I'm going to be downgraded as a teacher. If there's a system that works, I mean, because what I've seen from the Obama administration is absolute foolishness. Because, so the one that I'd like to see, if there's one that builds in a way so that it doesn't penalize the teacher that's got 70% plus Title I kids, I'd be interested in seeing that as a model. And the somewhat restoration of it. I mean, if there's a way to do it that takes those factors into account, I'd be interested in. Again, I apologize for running out, but I've got some people that I got waiting for me across the street, and but let's follow up, Mr. Chair. So it's nothing to do with you, and I was working.
Okay, thank you for your comments,
okay.
Senator. As always, we're going to close the session out and let Chairman Swanson have the last question. We appreciate the panel. It's been very energetic discussion. I think we got some good ideas.
We're going to let you go, and it's clear that this session, and this topic deserves 2, if not 3 days of hearing. We can probably talk to you a lot more. I wanted to ask you though, one of the things that has become apparent to me. And I appreciate the specific statements about the importance of curriculum and the pointing out the importance of the environment, the Williams decision, and how obviously that environment contributes to the kids. And I've known Dr. Love for many, many years, and I think that one of your qualities and the quality that each of the panelists share is a passion, for the subject matter and your passion for the children. So and one of the reasons why we're here is because, African-American faculty and administrators have asked us to take an interest in this. So I just wanted you to briefly comment on how important in this dynamic is the African-American professor, teacher, instructor to this? How critical is that? And what are we doing something about the recruitment so that there's a new generation of those, of young African Americans interested in the profession that all of you have been so successful in it. So if someone could just, I know time is essence, but just briefly talk about that.
There's been a diminishing interest on the part of African Americans in teaching in recent years. In the last 10 years, very, very diminished. So you have to recruit. You really have to go after them. And part of the reason is they can get other jobs, other places that pay more and, that sort of thing. But I think there is a way to recruit. And some districts are growing their own, right in their own district. And that's really very good.
And Dr. McKenna, you've been an inspiration. So what it would mean to the kids?
I can comment on that.
Yeah.
First of all, yes, but kids need good teachers, but no matter whether they're African American, Latino, or whatever, they need best. Because being in New Orleans, I saw it deteriorated after integration, because you found people there that didn't care about kids, and they started it was classism and all this stuff. But here's the deal: there is a way now, and we just don't take advantage of it. But now that I'm local district super, I'm going at it again. I've always done this. Every middle school and high school should have a future teachers club on campus. You recruit them and you grow your own teachers. If you graduate a student from high school who's been in a future teacher club, you got a pretty good chance in 4 years you might have a teacher out of that. And so right now, we just hope people become teachers and say, well, do you want to be a teacher? Well, I'm trying to be an actor, but in the meantime, I'll teach. And I'm trying to be a lawyer, but in the meantime, I'll teach. You don't want people in the meantime, in between time. And the Teach for America program is great, but they come and they go. And I'm not knocking it. If they come and stay, that's good. Some of them do stay. But if we don't grow our own, we have kids in front of us every day, and we say, we're going to make something out of you. And we rarely say, teacher. Okay. The most powerful thing that you can be is a teacher. Everybody up here had a teacher.
I was just going to, some of the most successful schools we see is that you will see teachers who went to that school, that there's a culture that you create. And also I say the African-American community has to say that teaching is important. We've pursued everything else and we got so cute we didn't want to teach. But in the meantime, when you leave the education of your children to chance or to people who don't want to teach them, so there needs to be a campaign throughout our community, through our churches and our community, to say we value those teachers. And the moral imperative, many of us came out of schools where teachers, I'm not advocating low salaries, but those teachers didn't have high salaries either. But there was a moral imperative cultivated by the community that says that teaching is valuable.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much.
Thank you for your comments. For your insight. I think we all can look back to a teacher that influenced us positively as we were coming up, and so thank you all. Okay, we're going to move to our next panel, challenges and best practices, and we're going to have a slight deviation. Instead of Marcia Airman from the KIPP LA schools, we're going to invite 3 students to come to the table. 2 students come to the table. Alexis and Devin. Okay, great.
And I'm Ian.
And we'll also ask Dr. Shirley Thornton to come up.
Here.
Deborah Watkins from the California Alliance. And we're going to ask Dr. Norma Lamone to come forward. She was referenced earlier. Dr. Lamone? Norma? When she finishes, we'll ask her to join us also. But let's hear, if we can, first from our student panelists, who are going to share with us some of their experiences in the charter school environment, I understand.
Good evening.
Who's prepared to speak? Okay, would you introduce us? Thank you.
I'm Ian Geider. I'm the school director of the 2 scholars sitting on my right, and I'm speaking instead of Marcia, our executive director, because I'm in the schools every day.
Could you pull the microphone in front of you?
Sure. I'm in the school every day. I'm also my first year as a doctoral student. This is the exact topic I'm interested in researching, is what works. So to my right, I have Devin Jackson and Alexis Manor from the class of 2014, which is 8th grade if you can't count back 4 years quickly. And they'll be speaking shortly. So I'm the school director of KIPP Academy of Opportunity. Started the school 7 years ago in South LA. We have a 90% African-American student population, 10% Latino, 80% free and reduced lunch. KIPP stands for Knowledge is Power Program, if you haven't heard of it. We're a national network of charter schools. Right now, we have 82 schools across the country with 21,000 students attending high-quality charter schools. Our schools are founded out of a no-excuses approach. where we give students the extra time in school, supportive teachers, and they're accessible by cell phone at night to make sure students can get help when they need it. The KIPP approach is producing results. Since the first KIPP school in 1994 opened, 85% of our students go to college. 85% go to college if they have been to a middle school or a high school. In our 16 years that KIPP has existed, in 7 years that my school has existed, we've learned a lot. None of it is revolutionary. None of it is new. And I'm going to share a quick few pieces, and so will my two scholars. Number one, I believe and have found that college has to be the goal for all students. They have to hear this message early, and they have to hear it often. Everyone in the school has to believe to their core that never can you make an excuse for a child not going to college in your school, special ed or not. As we know, in 2050 is the predicted year when the United States will become a minority majority. Therefore, the urgency is much more pronounced, considering 10 to 20% of our African American and Latino students are going to college. How are they going to compete globally if they're not going to college? KIPP-LA has learned from watching our kindergarten that just opened up in Los Angeles that we can eliminate the achievement gap on day one. It doesn't have to exist. At Raíces, our first elementary school in Los Angeles, 91% of our students scored above the national percentile in reading, with 60% of them coming in as English as their second language in kindergarten. Next, college counseling has to happen before high school. It has to happen in middle school. It can happen in elementary school. And college counselors need to do just one job, and that's counsel kids on college, not deal with discipline, not deal with scheduling kids into classes. They have to have time for parents as well. And in many of the schools where students would have attended, counselors have multiple roles. If not, they don't have a counselor at all. I'd like to introduce Alexis. She's going to speak some thoughts on what she believes causes schools to perform.
As Dr. Love said, great teaching and a school culture of high expectations are essential to a student's success. The most important step for a student's climb to college, including mine, is the quality of his or her teachers. The impact of poor teaching hurts a student's education in the long run. Just as great teaching, like what I've had, can change the trajectory of any child's education future as it has for me. Students need access to their teachers outside of just school. KIPP schools have teachers available via cell phone until 9 p.m. at night for homework help. That's right, my teachers go the extra mile, and I know that they're always there for me. They know that my future is in their hands. Schools must build a culture of care, unity, cohesion, and support. I can see this culture at my school. The teachers are all on the same page and love working together. This causes the students to love working together as well. When a staff like ours is unified throughout a school, there is no way a student can fail. This culture needs to celebrate achievement, results, and growth. When we feel the love, care, and passion, we continue to work hard and push ourselves.
Los Angeles and California.
Young man, would you have your name, please?
Oh, my name is Devin Jackson. Sorry. Okay. Los Angeles and California public schools must provide more time learning if students who start out behind are going to catch up with and exceed their peers. The school day schedule must allow for every student to get the service they each need to be advanced thinkers. A longer school day, like I have, gives my instructors more time to teach me what I need to know, which is one of the most valuable resources in producing measurable improvement in student learning. I know I can compete nationally and globally because I get 9 or more solid hours of excellent teaching almost every day. American students are competing globally with children who go to school significantly longer and often have a more rigorous curriculum. All students should get as much school as I do to push them to become proactive and resilient learners to help push our country forward. LAUSD is talking about reducing their school year to 170 days a year. KIPP already provides students with 180 days of regular school, 10 hours or more in the summer, and Saturday school once a month. We can't cut our resources, days, or teachers. Our students need more time in school with great teachers. KIPP's longer day allows for a focus on core academic skills, along with extracurricular activities such as music, sports, art, dance, and like me, drumline.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Successful charter schools in Los Angeles and California, successful charter schools should be allowed to replicate. In exchange for the flexibility, rigorous standards, evaluation should be put in place. We should avoid putting a cap on quality charter schools. KIPP LA Schools aims to have 14 charter schools in Los Angeles by 2016. That will greatly impact the number of students going to college in South and East LA. Funding and facilities continue to be challenges for all of our schools, especially in Los Angeles. They're key factors in limiting growth. This issue needs attention so that we reach the tipping point to close the achievement gap in our state, if not nationally. I welcome you to visit any of our schools and review our data to better understand our results. You have to come visit firsthand and see the great teaching, college culture, unified staff culture, and extra hours at work. There's no reason why every school serving any student cannot have the same results. KIPP is not a unique model. It's a new model with only 16 years, but nothing we're doing is revolutionary. What we do is already in place in schools all over the place, not just charters, not just KIPP schools. We see daily what it takes. People unified around their beliefs, who do whatever it takes, make no excuses, and never, ever give up until their students get where they should be going. I know what I've just shared is not new information, and researchers already know this too. Schools that work have great structures, support, and the right people. Thank you for your attention. I don't know if you have questions for the students.
We'll entertain some questions at the end of the panel.
Well, actually, I have to catch a flight, so
okay, well,
I don't want to be disrespectful and leave, but got to get them home to school.
No disrespect. Go home and do your homework, kids. Thank you. Yes, Senator Romero.
If I can just say thank you so much for coming. I'm very familiar with KIPP schools and very honored to have one in my district as well. I met with the scholars earlier. I think even the focus on just how we call ourselves, they're beyond students. These are scholars, and I think for any successful school, whether it's the traditional neighborhood, the iSchool, the magnet, the charter at KIPP, I think the most essential issue, as you said, this isn't rocket science. It's not real. No excuses. You believe that every child can learn and should have the opportunity to learn. That teacher is a critical component in their life and the ability to work with them. Parent activism, the structure. The earlier panel talked about this. This is education. It's beyond civil rights. It's social justice. And I want to commend the KIPP schools for, I think, really adhering to the philosophy of social justice. And thank you to our scholars. Have a safe flight home.
Yeah, I'd like to also compliment particularly the scholars and let both of you know I appreciate your presentation and the message that you have given those of us as legislators. And I think each of us can agree that the work that you have put into your presentation today has given us encouragement that we have a next generation of scholars to come who we can depend on for leadership in our state. So I commend you as a member of the legislature and thank you so very much for your presentation here today.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to continue on with our panel on the challenges and best practices. Let me just say I know we're running a little over, and so I appreciate the patience that everyone is exhibiting. You will have an opportunity to ask questions and make comments at the end. But right now we're going to move forward with Dr. Shirley Thornton from the Sausalito Marin School District.
Sausalito Marin City.
Marin City, excuse me, School District.
Yes. Thank you so much for having this hearing and to listen to those of us who have been out here laboring in the vineyards for many years. A lot of what we're hearing, I was Deputy Superintendent for the state of California for 10 years under Bill Honig, and I was recruited to come up to the state because of being a successful administrator in San Francisco. I believed when I was brought up to the state that all we really needed was an action plan, because everyone wanted to improve schools, and that we just needed a knowledge base to do that. So we spent a lot of time. I had the specialized programs branch. My budget was $17 billion a year, special ed, adult ed, incarcerated youth, all those sort of programs that no one wanted. But what we began to look at is that every time we went out to meet with districts, we would do the butcher paper, do the felt tip pen, plan, set up the priorities, do the fish and all of that kind of stuff, and you'd go back 3 months and you were back at the same spot. Because it's very easy to plan, it's very easy to reorganize. So then we decided, well, as a state program, we needed to have some strategic plans. So, special ed, strategic plan for California. In the document, we ask districts across the state, are infants significantly different than infants who previously entered the system a decade ago? Why is there still an overrepresentation of African American male students in special ed? Why are there twice as many male students as female? What knowledge and skills do students need to have when they exit special ed? On and on and on. This was 1990. If we could have answered these programs in these questions in 1990, we would not be where we are today. Teen pregnancy, wrote a strategic plan on the fact that at that time we had the number of young girls getting pregnant. We found out that it was girls and the fathers were men, so the problems what we were trying to deal with girls and boys, it was men and girls. So we ended up with a whole comprehensive strategic plan on doing that. We then looked around at African American students. We brought Bill Honig and Ann Reynolds at that time together in Long Beach, and leaders from across the country. We developed a Working Together for the Education of All Students. We developed a Center for Applied Cultural Studies at San Francisco State, got a line budget item for it. Wade Nobles, Asa Hilliard, all these folks worked on the project. All of a sudden, the budget disappeared. Okay, so then we looked at research and strategic planning towards improving African American participation in California adult education. 1993, we realized that when we looked at the literacy issues for African American adults, they're not in adult ed classes. So that we were looking at how do we address that. Then we wanted to look at adult ed in 1989, strategic plan to meet California's long-term adult education needs. 1989. Then we took what Augustus Hawkins had done, and we looked at the blueprint for educating the African American child. It was so great, San Francisco translated it into Spanish, Chinese, and Russian, because they realized if you educate, as was said earlier, the African American child, you can educate all children. Roads to the Future, education plan for looking at all the issues. This is 1990, 1991, looking at all the different strands that we need to educate adults in different areas.
Are you trying to tell us something?
I'm trying to tell you, even the STEP program that we talked about earlier, that they had funding for that. Parental involvement, the first strategic plan for parental involvement was done in 1992. What I'm trying to tell you, educational needs for children at risk due to parental substance exposure in the early 90s. We even put together, when George was talking about the fact that we needed to have a institution, a program where we can train folks. I'm also a retired full colonel, so I did my 5 years of Command and General Staff College. So we learned that, no, we're not all patents, but we can learn leadership skills and we can train folks. So using that model, we came up with Local Education Reform Network, where we actually put schools into triads, building on George McKenna's model, and brought folks to universities, brought the experts in. You can't solve a problem if you don't know what the problem is or solutions to those problems. So we said, let's first give you the knowledge base so you can then figure out what to do. So a typical program would be the experts on parenting, workshops on the different aspects, come together. Now let's look at the fact that we've already identified what's wrong with our school. Here are the experts to help us figure out how to fix it. This is a whole program, 5 years. With each, there's a videotape that goes with each of the phases of that. We talked about images and girls' self-esteem. So what do? Go out, find the experts, come up with images. One of the best programs to help young girls understand that the best way to stop teenage pregnancy is for the young girl to have a goal. Best one, okay? Then this was the African American Educational Excellence. Took the NAACP plan, called for action in education. What I'm saying is that it's all been done. We do not need one more organizational planning session on how do we fix the problem. Now, what I began to realize, and then we wrote a book, Transforming Schools, so if you want to know how it's done in 8 chapters, it's here. Okay. Now, then I realized, one day I was reading the 13th Amendment, and we've mentioned slavery sort of in a periphery. The 13th Amendment should read, "Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction." Instead, it reads, "Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any of its jurisdictions." So when we look at it today, if 1 in 3 African American males are involved in the criminal justice system, then 1/3 of our men, and now women because we're catching up, are still what? Slaves. So when we talk about fixing something, what are you going to fix for slaves? And until we have this dialogue and discussion, I mean, we believe we're free, but there's a little loophole in it. So now what do? How do we educate our men and women? Because we, like I said, we work with incarcerated youth, and he mentioned the book earlier, The New Jim Crow. If you've not read it, please read it. So what I'm asking is that we look at policies and laws that will bring a consequence to not doing our job. How can you be in your 5th year of school improvement and still be open? A hospital would not still be open if 50% of the patients died 5 years in a row. And if not, you wouldn't go there. That's right. So all I'm asking is that we look at this model that we have, and people like George and Ruth, we've done it. No one's calling on us to say, in the DATE program, which all of a sudden we can't seem to become a part of, and going in to help schools in trouble, no one is saying, well, you guys were successful. How do we utilize you to work with training the folks out there now so that we can have quality schools instead of being on the do not call list? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thornton. Next up, Deborah Watkins, the California Alliance for African American Educators.
Okay. In A People's Rise from Oppression to Grace, a turning point comes when thinkers determined to stop the downward slide get together to study the causes of common problems, think out solutions, and organize ways to apply them. That's from Ayi Kwe Arma, or Osiris Rising, a novel of Africa, past, present, and future. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. On behalf of the California Alliance of African American Educators, I want to thank you for convening this hearing to stop the downward slide. When the CAAE was officially launched in 2001, the founders already knew the main causes that led to what Jonathan Casal has characterized as savage inequalities. As veteran teachers, principals, district office administrators, and superintendents, we came together to think out solutions to these inequalities and organize ways to apply them. As the founding president, I knew that enhancing the teaching force's ability to work successfully with students of African ancestry was key, and the other founders agreed. As a graduate of Stanford University's teacher education program, I had read in the School of Education newsletter that Linda Darling Hammond had joined the faculty a few years earlier. In 2001, I contacted Professor Darling Hammond and asked her if Stanford School of Education, Stanford School Redesign Network that she directed, could co-sponsor the CAAE Summer Institute focused unapologetically on pedagogies and practices for successfully reaching African American students. After a few conversations about what that would look like, we entered into a partnership that also garnered support from the School of Education and lasted for 7 years. During the 7-year period, the CAAE featured the following renowned African American researchers and practitioners as keynoters: Dr. Robert Moses, founder of the Algebra Project; Dr. Beverly Daniel Tatum, current president of Spelman and author of Why Are All the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria and Other Conversations About Race; Dr. Gloria Ladson Billings, author of Dream Keepers, Successful Teachers of African American Children; Dr. Pedro Noguera, author of Unfinished Business, Close the Achievement Gap in Our Schools; Dr. Wade Nobles, author of African Psychology, Toward Its Reclamation, Reascension, and Revitalization; and Dr. Lisa Delpit, author of Other People's Children. In our 7th year, we decided to showcase a school that has outstanding results with an all-African American student body, the Culture and Language Academy of Success in Los Angeles. Class. One of the founders, Dr. Shiraki Holly, was our keynote speaker that year. In addition to these brilliant scholars, each institute also featured 2 other outstanding African American educators like Glenn Singleton and Dr. Noma Lemoyne. You can read the complete list of presenters on our website at www.cAAE.org. And I'm not going to read my whole testimony. I'm just going to do highlights for my little 10 minutes. This history is important for many reasons. Mainly, it serves to debunk a common myth that it is difficult to find experts who aren't trained in culturally relevant practices. The central purpose of the CAAE's institutes is to expose educators to these brilliant people so they can, with the appropriate professional development, adapt their research and practice in their schools and significantly improve achievement levels of African American students. Precious few educators have chosen to do so. The CAAE has come to the conclusion that there is no will in the state of California to educate children of African ancestry at high levels. There's no will in this state. Under challenges, we have an A to Z list that Dr. John Brown put together. And I'm not going through them because I don't do deficit models. But let me just say this about the will. This lack of will manifests itself in many ways. Linda Darling Hammond has written extensively about what it looks like. And here's the book, In Black Education, A Transformative Research and Action Agenda for the New Century. She contends, if Americans do not recognize that students experience very different educational realities, policies will continue to be based on the presumption that it is students, not their schools or classroom circumstances, that are sources of unequal educational attainment.
You're here. You're here.
This is what is commonly known as deficit thinking. Policies abound in the state of California designed to, quote unquote, fix the kid instead of fixing the system. Professor Darling Hammond writes that special programs, such as compensatory or bilingual education, will never be effective at remedying underachievement, so long as these services are layered on a system that so poorly educates minority and low-income children to begin with, layered on top of a broken system. It also shows up in schools that are woefully under-resourced, in state and local dollars per pupil, student-teacher ratios and student-staff ratios, class sizes, teacher experience, and teacher qualification. Linda Darling-Hammond states, despite the rhetoric of American equality and the effects of school desegregation and finance reform, the school experiences of African American and other minority students in the United States continue to be substantially separate and unequal. In addition to Professor Darling-Hammond's research, for this hearing, the CAAE consulted with several members of its own think tank to address the issues of factors that contribute to student achievement gaps for African American students. One of the members, Dr. John Brown, who also informed the P16 Council recommendations for closing the achievement gap and coined the phrase culturally courageous leadership, provided a list of factors that the CAAE wholeheartedly endorses. While this list might cause great discomfort for some, who also lack the will to act decisively on behalf of children of African ancestry, we share it with you in the hopes that it will ignite a courageous conversation about the elephant in the room. There is what I have termed the A to Z list. And you won't have it in your testimonies. I'm not going to go through all the A to Z. I'll just pick out a few. Political expediency, political correctness that results in a lack of candor among district and site administrators and board members regarding major reasons for the perpetuation of the achievement gap for African American students. We talked about poorly prepared schools, teachers, etc. Competing priorities for the achievement gap issue to be meaningfully addressed, such as a willingness to directly address the extent to which institutional racism is practiced, including how the resistance of teacher unions to greater accountability is a reflection of many teachers not wanting to be held accountable for the educational outcomes of African American students. And I've been a teacher for a very long time, way before I became the executive director of the California Alliance. And this is my favorite one. The general population of African Americans are asleep, unconscious, nonchalant, or confused when it comes to what is really happening to many students of African ancestry in our schools. And when it comes to the nature and extent of the problem of low achievement by students of African ancestry, and also when it comes to the nature of the problem and extent of the low achievement of students of African ancestry who may be experiencing grade inflation. We have some kids that get into schools and they have to take remedial classes. They get into the UC, they get into the CSU, and they still have to take remedial classes because of grade inflation. The list goes on, but I want to do good news. The good news is that I was asked to talk about best practices. So in the midst of the conditions that exist as outlined on our A to Z list, there are some programs that the CAAE believes should be replicated around the state. The CAAE Summer Institute. It moved from Stanford to UCLA in 2009, and it will return to UCLA on June 21st and 22nd. This year's keynote speaker is Dr. Carol D. Lee. She is a professor of education and policy studies and African American studies at Northwestern University and currently serves as president of the American Educational Research Association, one of the largest and most influential organizations for those in higher education. Additional speakers are Dr. Jawanza Kanjufu, who wrote the book on keeping black boys out of special ed, and Dr. Ernest Burrell, who's a professor at UCLA. People who work with students of African ancestry should attend the Institute annually. Okay, so they can learn what to do. And I have information for the people who are left about this year's Institute. The Dr. Frank S. Green Scholars Program. Senator Romero mentioned she liked the fact that the kids were called scholars. We've been calling a group of kids scholars in Silicon Valley for 11 years. And it is a science, technology, engineering, and math STEM initiative of the CAAA for students of African ancestry. 100% of its scholars pass the California High School exit exam, meet the A to G requirements for college entrance, and enroll in college. 100%. Thus far, nearly 90% have graduated from college in 4 years. Of that number, 48% selected STEM majors, and 28% obtained STEM degrees, versus about 5 nationally for African American students. So I also have brochures about the Dr. Frank S. Green Scholars Program. College Bound San Diego, that's out of San Diego, run by the CAAA's co-coordinators in the San Diego region, Dr. Darlene V. Willis and Marcia Dotson. All of its graduates pass the KC, meet the A to G requirements, and enter college. Empowering parents. We're worried about parent involvement. A group exists. Dr. Willis and Ms. Dodson run that too, and they travel all over California and the United States showing parents how to successfully navigate the school system so that their children are not left behind. And then the Council of African American Parents, run by Ingrid Johnson and the Inland Empire. It also empowers parents and sponsors a legacy project, I love this, designed to substantially increase the number of African American boys completing calculus. Not Algebra 1, calculus. So our recommendations are here. We'd like for you to advocate for the equalization of resources in California schools. Disparities must disappear. They must disappear. We'd like you to sponsor a bill for recruiting new teachers, strengthening and improving teachers' preparation, and improving teacher retention and effectiveness, like, check this out, the 1963 Health Professions Education Assistance Act. It was implemented to support and improve the caliber of medical training, to create and strengthen teaching hospitals, to provide scholarships and loans to medical students, and to create incentives for physicians to train in shortage specialties and to locate in underserved areas. Why not do that for teachers? We would like for you to seek federal funds for proven programs like those on our list of best practices. They already exist. We'd like for you to advocate for a teacher training program within the California State University system that includes a strand focused exclusively on best practices for African American students, not hidden or embedded in a course called diversity. We'd like for you to advocate for mandatory parent involvement beginning in kindergarten. And somebody talked about letting parents, get out of work for that. So we're just saying, let's do that. Supporting legislation, our last recommendation, that focuses on educating African American families of children from 0 to 5 about the importance of enrolling them in high quality preschool. I sit on Superintendent Jack O'Connell's P16 Council. And one of our major recommendations is around preschool education and the value. And all of the data shows that our children, our families, are not enrolling their children in high quality. I'm talking about high quality preschool. I'm not talking about grandma's house. I said high quality preschool. But do our parents even know what that looks like, right? So the data's out there, all those RAND studies, it's all out there. We know what high quality preschool looks like. So in conclusion, I want to say, in this book, Black Education, Gloria Ladson Billings wrote, "There is no language of excellence, hope, and promise aimed at black people and their circumstances." This volume right here and the effort of AERA's Commission on Research in Black Education, called CAREEB, are designed to disrupt the discourse of black inferiority, disrupt the discourse of black inferiority, and to suggest that the strengths that are already present and are ripe for development among black peoples, are gifts that humankind the world over so desperately needs. The world cannot afford to squander the human resources that black people represent. On behalf of the CAAA's board, our co-coordinator statewide, its hundreds of multicultural members, and the children we serve, thank you for recognizing that.
Next, Dr. Norma Limon. Doctor?
Okay. I know the hour is late, but let me thank you, first of all, Senator Curran, for convening this hearing and for inviting me to provide testimony. My name is Norma Lemoyne. I am the Chief Educational Officer for Lemoyne & Associates Educational Consulting, a company based in Los Angeles and dedicated to promoting academic excellence and equity for African American students in California and indeed throughout the country. Prior to my current role as CEO of Lemoyne & Associates, I served over 35 years with the Los Angeles Unified School District, including 10 years as director of the district's Closing the Achievement Gap branch, an intervention intended to eliminate disparities in educational outcomes for African American and other underachieving students. Additionally, I served 20 years as director of Los Angeles Unified School District's Academic English Mastery Program, a comprehensive research-based program designed to address the issues of language variation, literacy acquisition, and learning in African American students. I'll begin this brief testimony by addressing some of the challenges of educating African American students in California public schools. As was already indicated, about 500,000 African American students are enrolled in California's public schools, but that represents only about 7.3% of the total population. I just want to point out that the low percentage of African American students in the system actually highlights one of the challenges, I believe, of ensuring equity and access for them. My work in California school districts for over the past 35 years has provided me with many opportunities to observe instruction. It is not uncommon to see one or two or perhaps three African American students in any given classroom. But what is even more predictable is that those African American students will be isolated, segregated, and often ignored in the learning environment. African American students are isolated in the back of classrooms, they're isolated in holding rooms, they're isolated in detention centers, they're segregated in special education and remedial courses where they are denied access to core standards-based instruction and opportunities to learn at rigorous levels. School boards, administrators, principals, teachers often ignore the needs of African American students as the needs of immigrant and English learner populations are prioritized. I'll give you an example of that. I was doing some training in California School District. Well, I won't name it. And I was having a conversation with the administrator who had invited us because some of the teachers were really interested in developing a program to address the language acquisition needs of African American students. So we talked about how we could implement such a program and provide professional development for teachers. At one point, the administrator said to me, I want to let you know early on that I'm not going to do anything for African American students that's going to alienate the Latino community. I found that so puzzling because I was trying to figure out how does support educationally for African American students alienate another community. And I know that these are things that we don't often discuss, but it's really important to, when we recognize the percentage of African American students in our schools and how they really are isolated, segregated, and ignored for very much of the time. The current data on the academic achievement of African American students are disconsolate. the 2009 data, and we saw a lot of that earlier. 15% of African American students functioning at levels of proficiency in reading at the 4th grade, 11% at levels of proficiency at the 8th grade. The math scores don't look any better. In mathematics, 14% of African American students at levels of proficiency. 8th grade, only 11% functioning at levels of proficiency. That means well over 80% of our students are not functioning at levels of proficiency in reading, in math, and English language arts. In my over 35 years in education, I have never been more dispirited about the academic achievement of African American students in California public schools than I am at the present time. And this failure on the part of the system to effectively educate African American students has not been lost on African American populations in California. I believe that California public schools have seen this significant decrease in African American students over the past 10 years. Close to 60,000 African American students have left California public schools. We've seen African American student population decrease from 13% in 2001 to 10.7% in 2009. Why are African American parents removing their children from California public schools? I would suggest that proficiency levels of 11 to 15% in math, reading, English language arts are simply unacceptable. The challenge for California's public schools to close proficiency gaps are many and great. We must reform instruction in ways that guarantee equity, access, and increased academic achievement. Teachers must learn how to build on the cultural and linguistic capital our students bring to the learning environment. We must have an elimination of low expectations and the concomitant isolation and segregation of African American students in California classrooms. This is a non-negotiable. A question was raised in one of the earlier presentations about African American males and why they are being failed in California public schools. I would suggest that who African American students are, culturally, linguistically, behaviorally, experientially, is almost antithetical. It is so at variance with the norms of school culture. African American males are suspended, expelled, and removed from the instructional environment not because of low academic skills, but because of differences in behavior, in culture, in language. Their low academic skills are the result of removal from the learning environment and lack of opportunities, in fact, to learn. Culturally and linguistically responsive instruction is important for African American students. It is an imperative, in fact. Dr. Jim Cummings, a renowned educator, said that for students who experience disproportionate levels of failure, the extent to which their language and culture is infused into instruction is a significant predictor of academic success. Dr. Wade Nobles puts it a little differently. He says culture is to humans as water is to fish. He says, excuse me, he says with that analogy that taking our African American children who have been shaped and formed within the context of a cultural milieu that differs linguistically, behaviorally, that are high stimulus and so forth, and placing them early on in kindergarten in this new culture of school with a totally different set of norms is like taking saltwater fish out of the ocean and placing them in fresh water. And what happens with saltwater fish is that they experience extreme trauma and they hemorrhage to death. That's an important analogy because so often we overlook the fact that American education is really shaped around a European paradigm, which isn't bad because it was designed for Europeans, middle-class Europeans predominantly. American education was not designed for Africans. It was not designed for American Indians. It wasn't designed for Hawaiians and Mexican Americans. But we've had a demographic shift. Unfortunately, we have not shifted the paradigm. So we're trying to force a square into a circle, and it simply isn't working. It is also important to note, and incidentally, I was not surprised by the findings that KIPP reported at the kindergarten grades, the children reading at 95% of them on grade level. And you know why? Because contrary to popular belief, African American children do not arrive at schools significantly below their white peers. They become increasingly disadvantaged while in school. Gloria Ladson Billings, in her book Dream Keepers, says, if you want to see intelligence walking around on two legs, just go into a kindergarten classroom. African American kindergartners come in school with fresh faces full of wonder. But by third grade, you can see how badly school has beaten them down. You can really see it in the boys. She says, I sometimes ask myself, what are we doing to these children in school? But I do commend KIPP for its commitment to rigor, its commitment to time on task, and its student support. African American children have skills, they have talents, they have dreams, but too often their skills are viewed as deficit, their talents are overlooked, and their dreams are crushed before they get to fourth grade. As leaders in the struggle for equity and education for African American students in California, we must insist on culturally conscious, highly trained teachers in every classroom. Teachers who are knowledgeable of culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy, who affirm and accommodate diversity, and who understand the importance of implementing systemic programs for promoting the acquisition of academic language in African American students. While many public schools in the state of California continue to be greatly challenged in this effort to educate African American students, there are some examples of success. There are schools such as Birch Elementary and Bunch Elementary in Compton, both distinguished schools and both models of excellence for educating African American students. In these schools, we find strong instructional leaders, a sense of mission, high expectations for all students, and culturally competent teachers. Teachers who see the cultural, linguistic, and behavioral differences that African American students bring to the classroom, and who understand the difference that those differences make in terms of how learning environments must be structured for academic success. In these schools, African American students are being taught to high levels and are achieving at high levels. The late Ron Edmonds, someone referenced him earlier, a Harvard University education professor. He asked this question. He said, how many effective schools would you have to see to be persuaded of the educability of poor children? If your answer is more than one, then I submit that you have reasons of your own for preferring to believe that pupil performance derives from family background instead of school response to family background. These schools are teaching students to high standards, providing opportunities to learn in rigorous environments, fostering literacy development, problem solving, high-order thinking, and are changing the life opportunities for African American students. We must find ways of replicating that success. Some scholars believe the challenge of closing the achievement and proficiency gaps for African American students has less to do with a knowledge gap and more to do with a will gap. Ron Edmonds was one of those individuals. He said, and I quote, "We can, whenever and wherever we choose, successfully teach all children whose schooling is of interest to us. We already know more than we need to do that. Whether or not we do it depends on how we feel about the fact that we haven't so far."
That's right. Amen.
Is there a sense of concern and urgency relative to the failure of California public schools to effectively educate African American students? I hope so. Is there a will to turn this cycle of failure around and ensure African American students' equity, access, and academic success? This hearing suggests that there is. If educating African American students is given the priority it deserves, if we insist on quality teachers who have high expectations for our children, who provide culturally and linguistically responsive instruction, then African American children will soar. I am advocating for professional development for teachers. Professional development that helps them become culturally conscious educators. Professional development that helps them become knowledgeable of the culture, language, history, canons of literature, learning styles, and experiences of African American students. Knowledge of methodologies for facilitating language acquisition, which is required for accessing the core curricular. Teachers that accept, affirm, and accommodate diversity in core instruction. Teachers who understand that African American children can engage in problem solving and high order thinking in rigorous standards-based instruction. Tauber once said in a book called Self-Fulfilling Prophecies, children define themselves through the lens of their teachers. If teachers see them as incapable of high academic achievement, they see themselves that way. But if teachers see African American students as doctors and neurosurgeons, as teachers, as scientists, as mathematicians, then the students see a positive future for themselves. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak today.
I want to thank each of our panelists for the very thoughtful and informative presentations. Members, is there any questions at this point?
Well, I guess I will certainly say again, I'm so glad to have been at church again today, and I've enjoyed the presentations each. Dr. Thornton, I remember your work, and also Deborah Watkins was very impressed with what you are doing, and Dr. Lemoyne I've certainly known through her work at LAUSD for many, many years. First, I want to comment on this issue of the education of black children in our public schools in particular. Dr. Russo, in her thesis, again, did suggest that public schools reflect society that they serve. And so a society that started out in terms of its treatment of African Americans being in the institution of slavery, moving through that experience to separatist encounters such as slavery and segregation, and the new forms of segregation, all of which you have cited in several other references from scholars, still exists today. And so, in fact, it should be no surprise that the treatment that black children are receiving from our public schools, in fact, reflects the society where those schools exist. And so I thank you for your testimony, but I ask, what is it that we can do in the legislature, do you think, to help create a path for some kind of correction and more success for academic performance of black students here in California?
I think one of the things, as we said earlier, there's really a need for accountability and consequences. I know I'm on the school board in Sausalito, Marin City. Folks don't realize the school district is 85% African American. We recalled the school board 8 years ago. At that time, the kids were in the 25th reading percentile. Now we have 2 California distinguished schools. They're scoring over 800. Teachers were making 80,000, class size 10 to 1, beautiful buildings. But the one thing that wasn't there was a belief that those African American children could learn. So we, as a new board, dealt with the questions of making sure the teachers had positive professional development, brought in new administrators, worked with the families, got rid of the pathology of blackness, which a lot of our organizations are based on. I'm sorry to say, you get money based on remediation. It's hard to get from Title I to chemistry or from special ed to calculus. One of the things we did notice was that the kids were being identified for special ed in preschool. They do, and so when we went to look at the data, 48% of the students were identified special ed in this school district, and nobody thought that strange because it was black students. When we traced it back, we realized that they were assessing them in preschool, and there were cohorts coming in every September with 90% of the kids already identified, and nobody challenged that. Now we reassess, as was said earlier, and now we're down to 14%, which is a norm for Marin County.
You mentioned professional development, and so did Dr. Lemoyne. What is your opinion of teachers being involved in the process for the training of other teachers? I would suggest perhaps master teachers, or those teachers obviously who are doing well, being involved in the training of other teachers?
It's a natural.
Sure, that makes a lot of sense. But I think professional development isn't always just the pedagogy. Sometimes it's new knowledge. And that's really important, and that's a piece that can't be overlooked. Sometimes those, it's not always true that veteran teachers are on the cutting edge of the most current research and the most, current pedagogies and methodologies that are being recommended for students of color, for example. So while I'm a great advocate of veteran teachers supporting, the development of other teachers, I also think it is important that we not overlook the importance of, cutting-edge knowledge, new information, new research, because that has implications for change in practice as well.
I just want to say that in my full written testimony that you all should have in your briefing packets, we mention what the legislators can do. But I think of all of our recommendations, the teacher credentialing one is really critical. It's really, really critical. Because teachers are coming out of these schools, and it's not malice. They just don't know. They just don't know. It's not their paradigm. If somebody asked me as an African American to go teach Jewish kids, I'm just saying, I don't know that culture. I'd have to get, smart about that culture. Or Latinos or Native Americans or Asians. I'd have to get smart about that culture in order to be competent enough to work with their kids successfully.
Yeah, that's the need for a diverse curricula.
Yeah, but not diverse, you see.
Well, not to have the African American challenge and need for us to address the African American learning.
Let's see what happens. They always lump us in with everybody else.
I got that.
And we're not trying to be lumped in anymore with everybody else.
I got that.
We want our own strand.
I hear you.
Where, we don't apologize about focusing on our children.
I have that, and I hear you. One final issue, and I feel this is an important issue. In most industries, there is some competition, and often that competition is seen as a factor which drives excellence, whether it be in higher education, on one side of town, the opportunity for UCLA, and on the other side, a private school, USC. Here in the legislature, we had an opportunity to vote on Race to the Top, a program that President Obama is pushing for the same concept, that he feels in some school systems there should be some competition, some alternative. In Chicago, we saw one school that happened to be in South Chicago, happened to have a class of all African Americans, and every single last one of them were in college. And so my question to you is, I happened to come to work one day, and on the agenda was Race to the Top. I had no idea that day it was going to be on the agenda, but the question before us is a man who represents a district with 3 high schools, all of which are on PI, none of which have produced students for University of California, from a state that out of 50 states is 47 out of 50, and a state that produces 1/5 of the nation's economy. And those two factors don't match. And so before you, a decision as to should you support the President of the United States and support an alternative to increase. In my district, I happen to have, in terms of voters, a high voting number of African Americans. I have a diverse district, but I have a high number of African Americans, 68% voting. But nevertheless, the issue before us is to increase the academic performance of students, and should, my question to you, an alternative be available in public schools in a program like Race to the Top? And what's your take on it? I'd love to hear different opinions in terms of what educators think.
Briefly.
I don't know that you want to hear what I have to say. I'm on the superintendent's P16 council, and they were going to submit a second application. And I said, we got a deep